the snow, I'm drunk and dirty. Don't you know I'm still willing? And I was out on the road.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Washington Tattoo. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors and the singing of our national anthem by Mary Da Silva.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Please welcome to the stage Alex Brody, AUSA's Director of Meetings.
All right, folks, good morning and welcome to AUSA's Global Force Symposium and Exhibition. I can't tell you how great it is to be back in Huntsville for this important event. What a tremendous way to kick things off this morning. Please join me in thanking the Washington Tattoo, the Color Guard, and our national anthem soloists for setting the tone with such an inspiring and powerful performance. I am Alex Brody. I'm the Director of Meetings at AUSA. Our host is General Braun, AUSA's President and CEO. First, on behalf of General Braun, I'd like to recognize our premier sponsor for this event, GoVini, for their tremendous support throughout the week. Please help me give GoVini a big round of applause. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Persistent Systems for their generous sponsorship of the coffee service we enjoyed this morning. Okay, before I turn it over to General Braun, I have a few customary announcements. Badges. Everyone in this room received a digital access pass. This innovative option provides a quicker way to access our educational forums without having to wait in line for a printed badge. For networking purposes, though, you do still need a printed badge to access the exhibit halls. If you don't have one yet, feel free to stop by our main registration counter or any of our satellite kiosks to pick up your badge before heading to the exhibit halls. Proceedings and handouts. A link to the slides from our presentations and any videos will be available about a week after this event concludes on the AUSA website under past events. If you have a hard time finding them, you're welcome to reach out to me or anyone on the AUSA staff, and we'll be happy to help you. App. We have a great app again this year. Our app includes the latest agenda, exhibitor list, and is a one-stop shop for everything at this year's event. If you have not already downloaded our app, please do so now. You can find it in the Apple App Store and on Google Play. Okay, question cards. We do take questions for each of our presenters during the Q&A portion of the panels. You'll find these question cards on the tables at the entrance of the concert hall as you walk in. So I'll periodically walk around the room, I'll collect your questions, and give them to the speakers. So I do ask that you start thinking about your questions now. Press. We have press at our events, including this one. So what does that mean? Pretty simple. We are on record and for attribution. AUSA Store. As you make your way around the Braun Center, be sure to stop in the South Hall foyer at the AUSA Store. It's not far from registration. We have something for everyone, including this bottle of hot sauce. Now, come on, let's be honest. Nothing says Happy Easter like a bottle of Hua jalapeno hot sauce. You can get yours today, please. Internet access is available throughout the building. To access Wi-Fi on your personal device, please connect to our network. The password is GlobalForce26. Before I wrap up, I'd like to thank all of the companies that are exhibiting with us, as well as our sponsors. They are, without a doubt, an integral part of the learning process. This year, we have more than 260 companies displaying the latest equipment, products, and services for the Army. And like you, many of them have come a long way to participate in this event. They are so vital that we are providing dedicated exhibit hall hours, so we want to ensure that you have plenty of time to spend visiting with them. Our exhibitors are located in the East Hall, South Hall, and outside, where we have 13 companies displaying drones, equipment, and vehicles. And please also note that we will have a special afternoon break, both today and tomorrow, at 1500 in the outdoor area. Finally, at this year's event, we are proud to recognize excellence across the total Army. Today, we honor soldiers whose achievements represent the very best of the force, including recipients of the Army Athletes and Coach of the Year Awards, the CSM Troy Welch Action Award, and the CSM Dan Elder Writing Award. For ceremony details honoring the awardees, simply scan the QR code for details. Please join me in congratulating these soldiers on their well-deserved recognition. And now, please help me welcome our host, General Braun.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Association of the United States Army, General Bob Braun, United States Army, retired.
Well, welcome. It's great to see you here. You know, about 30 minutes ago, I looked out, and we had like 5 people here. I thought, oh my God, nobody's going to come this year. But quickly, you filed in after having that great breakfast and so forth. And I'm certain this is going to be probably the best global force ever, with the most exhibitors ever, incredible educational panels. The Warriors Corner really looks like an amazing lineup. And then you look at registration is the highest we've ever had. So clearly going to be great networking. So you were really smart to be here, and thanks for joining us. This year's theme is Delivering Victory, Leveraging the Army's Industrial Might. I think that's very appropriate with what's going on now. It reflects a key lesson that wars are ultimately won or lost, not just on the battlefield, but in the factory, the supply chain, and the production line. We're operating in a strategic environment of extraordinary industrial demand, and actively supporting partners and allies around the world, sustaining commitments in the Middle East, and remaining prepared to fight and win in any region of the world. That kind of global readiness does not come and doesn't happen without an industrial base that can move at the speed of conflict and the scale of threat. That readiness also requires a force that is hungry to absorb the innovation of its industry partners, and that is precisely today's Army. Through transformation in contact, the Army is compressing the timeline between innovation and the soldier, getting the right capabilities in the right hands faster than ever before. because we can't wait. Across this year's keynotes, contemporary military forums, and Warriors Corner, you'll hear from exceptional speakers about how the Army is turning that imperative into action through smarter acquisition, faster experimentation, and deeper collaboration across Army Materiel Command, the new T2COM, ASALT, and the Defense Industrial Base. And in the exhibit hall, you will see the results of this effort firsthand. That's inside and, oh, by the way, the outside exhibit hall as well. You see some drones flying around out there. These conversations are only possible because Global Force brings Army leadership, industry, academia, and the Department of Army civilians together in one location, streamlining engagements and accelerating meaningful connections. So before we get started this morning, I would like to recognize a few of the folks who helped coordinate Global Force, and their help was just absolutely essential. First and foremost, the Huntsville community. Unbelievable support we've received over the years from the Huntsville community. Incredible, unwavering enthusiasm shown by every corner of this great Army community. So thank you to the Huntsville community. It wouldn't happen without you. The AUSA chapter here, an amazing chapter, the AUSA Redstone Huntsville chapter volunteers. You'll see them throughout the building everywhere volunteering, and certainly could not do it without them. They're absolutely amazing. Thanks to the Huntsville chapter. Yeah, very excited. There we go. Good. Yeah, no doubt. Alex mentioned our sponsors, but really sponsors do so much to help us. We could not do it without our sponsors. And this year's premier Global Force sponsor, Govini, thank you for your tremendous support. Really appreciate that. It makes a huge difference. I also note the presence of we have representatives, our allies and partners from around the world. We have other military services here, and we have the press here. And your presence helps us tell the Army story here at home and abroad. So thanks for being here. And finally, thank you to the Army senior leadership. Busy folks, but their amazing support and the senior leaders we have here makes all the difference in the world, and we really are grateful that you're here to join us. And now, kicking off Global Force, I'm certain we have an amazing keynote speaker, and I'm certain he's going to knock it out of the park. No pressure at all for the under there. I'll put a little pressure on him, but we're really proud to have the Undersecretary of the United States Army, the Honorable Mike Obadal here. Go ahead with the introduction.
The Honorable Mike Obadal is the 36th Undersecretary of the Army, sworn in on September 22, 2025. Working closely with the Secretary and Chief of Staff, he serves as the Army's Chief Management Officer, responsible for the Army's business operations, manpower and personnel systems, acquisition strategy, and enterprise reform initiatives. Mr. Obadal is a former soldier and industry leader who brings 30 years of experience across the military, interagency, and defense technology communities. He holds a bachelor's degree from the Virginia Military Institute and master's degrees from the Naval War College and the National Defense University. Please welcome Secretary Obadal.
Hey, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank General Braun, the entire AUSA team. And I think everybody knows we come down here, there's no speaking fee, the Army doesn't charge anything, but I just found out about the hot sauce. General Braun, we're not leaving here until we get a case of that. So, hey, my role in the Army aligns with the theme of this conference, delivering victory through industrial might. And all of us have our different reasons for being here, industry or government, but we are joined by one moral imperative. When our soldiers step foot into conflict zones, they are backed by a team working together to not only ensure that they come home, but they come home having achieved the mission the nation requires. We are here for the soldier. This event is underscored by the fact that this month, our Army is engaged in active combat. Our air defenders, artillery attack helicopters, special operations, cyber warriors, logisticians, medical personnel, and so many others are performing critical functions for the joint force. This type of combat doesn't look like what many of us became accustomed to. In fact, it's entirely different. Our soldiers are adapting quickly, and performing heroically. You know, the only time that we ask a soldier to do anything is when they enlist. After that, we give them orders into a conflict zone. I'd like to ask all of our uniformed soldiers, any of our sister services, and those of our allies and partners to please stand. When we ask these Americans and our allies to go into a conflict zone, we owe them the assurance that we've provided them the best training, the best soldiers around them, and pertinent to this group and this forum, capabilities that are the most advanced and scaled to the level they need to be lethal and survivable. The Army is the foundation of America. Since the Revolution, through wars at home and abroad, natural disasters, terrorism, pandemics, it is the final backstop of the nation because the Army possesses the material, the manpower, and the organization to solve critical problems at scale. There is no one standing behind us. To accomplish this, an unbreakable connection must exist from the factory to the front line. This is the Army's kill chain. On one end is the organic industrial base to design, develop, produce, and field capabilities. Our installations, network of camps, posts, and stations are how we generate, train, and project combat forces. And finally, a data-rich environment of advanced business systems to underpin the administration required to manage 1.2 million soldiers and civilians. This is the business side of the Army's kill chain. Since the Revolutionary War, the Army's sustenance has been its industrial base. At that time in Philadelphia, Benjamin Flowers led a regiment of soldiers skilled in trades to experiment, develop, and produce at scale an array of specialized materials, providing the origins of today's network of arsenals, plants, and depots. Currently, the OIB faces challenges from a number of directions: decreased demand signal from a smaller Army, an obsolescence of legacy systems, more advanced weapon systems that require specialized workforce, and increasing OEM sustainment of foundational systems. I've visited several of these since coming into this position, and each faces the same problems. To ensure the future viability of our 23 sites, the Army must increase and stabilize workload, reduce indirect overhead expenses, and finally leverage industry partnerships. With that mandate, led by AMC, we are creating a holistic strategy focused on integrating the OIB into the acquisition lifecycle of our major weapon systems, a data-driven analytics and planning platform connecting Army-wide demand and Army-wide solutions, advanced manufacturing systems and specialties to meet the needs of a highly technical combat force, and an emphasis on public-private partnerships to benefit both the government and the defense industry. Recently, we published a commercial solutions opening for partnerships at our OIB sites, intended to accelerate our advanced manufacturing initiatives. With these steps and other efforts, we can ensure our OIB remains the critical national asset it has been for the lifespan of our nation. An exemplar of the advancements is the production of small UAS components for both the Army and industry use, items that are either low margin or mainly offshore. For instance, cheap drone bodies that are easily manufactured in-house. And on the high end, the scaled supply for circuit cards and brushless motors that exist mostly overseas. The U.S. production base for these is excellent at high-end quality, but is challenged in mass production. And while at Toby Hanna last week, I saw how we were manufacturing all three, while exploring with small drone companies how to collaborate in order to elevate and shore up the U.S. market. Down the road in Scranton, Pennsylvania, our advanced manufacturing machines are ramping up the production of 155 millimeter projectiles to build back our stockpiles and ensure that we can sustain large-scale combat operations. Our organic industrial base can and will return to the role of critical sustainment in the coming years. Going back to the Revolutionary War, while government production of war material was emerging, private contractors provided uniforms, muskets, and many other critical items to keep that effort alive. That is the beginnings of our defense industry. Now, to be totally historically correct, the most impactful contribution of this group was the privateering of British merchant ships and illegal trade with France. But I would like to think that over the past 250 years, the defense industry has evolved from a collection of pirates and smugglers into a dedicated group of companies motivated by capitalism, but driven by a desire to make our nation stronger. In the past 6 months, I've met with 65 defense companies, ranging from across the Army portfolio: missiles, software, vehicles, small arms, and an abundance of other capabilities. Some are existing programs of record, and some are still theoretical. Some of these products are in the difficult periods so many of you face. TRL 6, TRL 7, but without a clear demand signal from the Army, or even with a demand signal, but enduring a lengthy contracting and procurement process. To address this, in the most innovative areas of our portfolio, unmanned systems, counter-UAS, and electronic warfare, we've secured congressional approval to consolidate budget lines. This allows program executives the ability to shift from stagnant or obsolete efforts to emerging needs and compelling industry solutions. In 2027, in close coordination with Congress, we plan to expand this into the Army C2 portfolio, allowing the rapid movement of resources to support needs and opportunities alike. Application, data, network transport layers, all of it included. To highlight just how important budget line consolidation is to the Army C2 effort, last week we brought 4th, 25th, and 82nd Division soldiers to Capitol Hill for 2 days to demonstrate how they are integrating advanced software and C2 development into their formations. And as important, to underscore how quickly software changes. One of the strongest messages I receive from industry is the Army should provide the desired outcome instead of the desired solution. Allow and cultivate an environment in which companies can think more widely about innovative ways to reach that desired outcome. This doesn't just make business sense, it just makes sense. You know how we're fundamentally addressing that challenge. Streamlining a requirements process through T2COM, shifting from specific requirement standards to the use of concept of needs. In relation to a capabilities development document, historically long and prescriptive, the Army's concept of needs is a short problem-focused document to guide experimentation and rapid integration. In lieu of detailed specifications, it defines goals and keeps capabilities at the high level. This is a step in the right direction to leverage industry-driven solutions into which so many of you have invested capital. I frequently say this, and I say it because I truly believe it. The Army can magnify our RDT&E dollars by doing business whenever possible with private companies backed by private investment or public companies willing to spend internal research and development dollars instead of stock buybacks. With some initial Army RDT&E investment and a conditional demand signal, companies have justification required to raise capital, leverage debt, and invest internally in software, in hardware talent, in facilities, and in advancing prototypes to meet the goals expressed in the concept of needs. In today's market, the Army should not pay, with only a few unique exceptions, should not pay for software development or software integration, nor the factory lines required for low or high rate production. The Army should, and we're actively working on doing so, provide testing thresholds and long-range demand opportunity with clarity. We have implemented major revisions in our contracting systems. By removing unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape, we've reduced the AFARs by over 70%. We've adopted a commercial-first mindset in procurement, establishing multiple CSOs. Through contracting reform, we have realized efficiencies, including an 88% reduction in administration and billions in savings on the removal of pass-through contractual costs by establishing direct supplier relationships using enterprise contracts. Moving further down the Army's kill chain, our installations are in need of facilities improvements, nutrition upgrades, and energy resilience. In the 27 budget, we placed a priority on sustainment, restoration, and modernization. This includes the demolition of buildings obsolete that we spend money maintaining, but as well as improving barracks and operational headquarters. Part of these upgrades are our dining facilities, moving from the traditional DFAC model to a campus-style dining venue. The pilot program at Fort Hood opened last month to exceptional soldier feedback. Flexible payment mechanisms, multiple cuisine options. It's all intended to provide a better soldier experience and better fuel for our soldiers. The venue serves 2,000 meals a day. This is a 50% increase from the original dining facility. Fort Carson will open in April, and we are leveraging the full weight of the Army to break through bureaucratic challenges as we spread the venues across our other installations. Our major posts require power resilience to maintain operations. To meet that, we are working with several companies to establish commercially run small nuclear power on select Army bases. This effort will not only ensure grid self-reliance for our post commands and post commanders, but also serve as a proving ground for additional national security capabilities across the country. Our defense business systems have been reduced by 75%, and we still have a lot of work to do, moving from full stack systems to application suites on common data platforms. Utilizing modern software practices, we've been able to visualize and manipulate data that wasn't possible a year or 2 years ago. Weapon Systems 360 is an example of that. It aligns a real-time view of every major combat system and its status, parts backlogs, primary and sub-vendor performance, and readiness vulnerabilities. Seeing it is the first step. Leveraging AI, we now discover trends in areas of needed attention. Another program, Contracts 360, allows our acquisition cadre to eliminate redundancies and centralize efforts like enterprise license agreements. A key part of this is the ASALT Live dashboard, which helps the Army by linking 33 disparate data systems to provide a synchronized, real-time operational picture for our leaders. It leverages AI tools to improve situational awareness by identifying vulnerabilities and illuminating where trades are optimal as we transform through experimentation. Through this, we accelerate the generation of our capabilities, increasing responsiveness and agility in our own acquisition process. Leveraging advanced technologies in our contracting has reduced bottlenecks and errors in compliance, increasing accountability across both industry and government. Those are just two examples of a long list of ongoing efforts to leverage commercial software and platforms, as well as the internal coding capabilities we possess through our own soldiers and civilians. Our Army software factory is advancing legacy processes through application creation, deploying AI specialists into formations, and training more soldiers every year. Simultaneous with advancing the business systems, the Army is advancing our operational software systems. And this is where we cross into the combat side of the Army kill chain. In the 1980s, the Army was shaped around the big 5 platforms. Going forward, there are 5 foundational platforms that shape the Army of the future. From the soldier at the edge to our theater-level assets, fielding a new generation of manned and autonomous systems. These 5 create the backbone of land dominance, providing our joint force the ability to project power in their parallel domains. First and most importantly is command and control. Information and decision dominance through modern software development and integration practices. I recently went out and observed Operation Ivy Sting at Fort Carson. And I'll explain an instance that's compelling to anyone that spent time in combat arms. The 4th Infantry Division leveraged online agents as part of their targeting process. For those of you familiar with Army targeting, you know it's a combination of collection, fires, airspace, and assessments. Incredibly complex and time-consuming effort. With a human in the loop the entire time, these agents directed ISR against enemy assets, integrated battlefield data to direct friendly counterfire, and autonomously ingested the high-priority target list during operations. It enabled the division to prosecute 15 different targets in 1 hour with agentic AI. Since that visit 2 weeks ago, the 4th ID further developed its agentic AI to make the targeting practice even more efficient, the result of providing a broad set of goals and a concept of needs, industry's presence with soldiers in the field, and having streamlined the requirements process and acquisition mechanisms. The capabilities in both 4th and 25th Divisions advance weekly. As one exemplar, 277 Artillery, who I visited in the field. It takes these soldiers 12 minutes to stop, dismount, and place an M777 cannon. With AFATIDs, they would wait another hour for it to boot up and to receive fire missions. Their new advanced fire system is operational and providing missions before the spades of the cannons are in the ground. Next Gen C2 will be the digital backbone of our combat systems, providing visibility, speed, and AI-enabled decision processes that weren't even a concept until late 2023. The second foundational part, or system, is precision fires. It's an array of offensive and defensive systems in modular containers, providing commanders the maximum flexibility of range, scale, and responsiveness based on operational conditions. Our Patriot, ATACMS, and PRISM are showing their criticality, but must be augmented with multiple additional low-cost, scaled, and containerized munitions integrated into common launchers and common mission systems. Engaging over hundreds of miles with precision fires allows our soldiers to project power over that same distance, but not with our current aviation platforms. To address that gap, the speed and reach of the MV-75 long-range assault aircraft will deliver our forces to the point of most impact, bypassing contested sites to seize, hold, and protect the vital land objectives needed by the joint force. Land warfare, more specifically land dominance, requires the ability to overwhelm through superior firepower, fast, protected, and digitally connected throughout the formation. The M1E3 tank system isn't a newer version of the Abrams. It is a completely different approach. A crew of 3 outside the turret, auto-loading main gun, high output hybrid engine that allows silent operation and 50% reduction in fuel, modular protection systems, and 30% lighter. This is the platform required to counter the over 20,000 main battle tanks our global adversaries possess. Our combined arms force must update how we support infantry forces in maneuver warfare. The venerable Bradley has been the mainstay of the mobile infantry for 40 years. The XM-30 combat vehicle delivers a hybrid, optionally manned platform with integrated active protection. For a commander, this means having a scout that can operate silently and be sent into the most dangerous areas without risking a crew. These systems form the foundation of a modern, dominant land maneuver force. Around them are the hundreds of combat enablers, weapons, vehicles that complete the combined arms chain. I'll finish by returning to what I discussed up front. The Army's kill chain begins at our organic industrial base. It works its way through the defense industry ecosystem, through our acquisition structure and all of the companies. It moves into our installations to train and project power our unified networks to achieve data dominance. The kill chain deploys with 5 foundational systems backed by years of advanced experimentation, production, and fielding. This is the industrial might that we leverage. All of it, every single part of it, intended to allow a soldier, the soldier of our modern Army, the digitally enabled soldier, to take hold and protect the critical objectives our joint force requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Obadal. Now, please welcome Lieutenant General Retired Les Smith, AUSA's Vice President of Leadership and Education.
Good morning, everyone. Come on now, you know what I do. Good morning, everyone. Hey, we should be fired up. Great keynote. Now we will hear from our next panel, our first panel, entitled Leading DA Civilians Through Continuous Transformation. The panelists bring a wealth of experience from the Army civilian side, and to discuss the challenges and opportunities ahead with Bill Moore as the moderator.
Bill Moore is the president and CEO of Moore Insight, LLC, a retired member of the Senior Executive Service and former Chief Executive Officer of the Defense Commissary Agency. Mr. Moore, the floor is yours.
All right. Hey, good morning, everyone. And look, nobody else can leave. Y'all got to stick around, please. Anyway, very honored to be here, and I wanted to start off by thanking General Brown and the AUSA Council of Trustees and the entire AUSA team for having confidence in us to put this little panel together. This is the Contemporary Military Forum #1. And if you look at your agenda, you'll note we've got a couple of people missing. So I just wanted to get that out of the way quick. Karen Payne, who is the director of the Army's Civilian Human Resources Agency, and Roy Wallace, who is the principal deputy of the Army Chief of Staff G1, were both scheduled to be here. They had some flight issues and could not make the trip. So we're down to me and two awesome Army leaders. And I'll start by introducing them for our panel today. Ms. Liz Miranda is the Executive Deputy to the Commanding General of the Army Materiel Command. Long career as an Army civilian. Her and I have worked together for many, many years. She's kind of done the Army civilian thing. She's been moved by the Army. She's gone into different roles, embraced the mobility side of things, and now she is the senior Army civilian in the Army Materiel Command, who actually commands most of the Army civilians that work for the Army. Honorable Mr. Jesse Tollefson, the Principal Deputy for the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology, responsible for all of really Army acquisition. He works for Brent Ingraham, the current Assistant Secretary, who actually spoke at an AUSA event just a few weeks ago and mentioned Army civilians and their importance in this role. But he, Mr. Tollefson, has spent many, many years as a professional staff member on the Hill, both with the House Armed Services Committee and with the Senate Appropriations Committee for Defense. So if you follow the money in defense, Mr. Tollefson knows where a lot of it came from and where it's going. So with that, I'd like to mention our theme today. We are all about leading Army civilians through continuous transformation. I run for General Brown, the AUSA Civilian Advisory Committee, where we figure out how AUSA can help move forward this notion of Army civilians and what they do for the Army. And Army civilians have been around for the entire history of the Army, 251 years this year, since day one. And there's been a lot of debate over the past year. It's been kind of a tough year for Army civilians and federal employees in general. Lots of debate on whether or not there's value added there. Is it a waste of money, what we spend on those? How do they contribute to Army lethality? It's all about Army lethality, as we heard a lot last summer as well. And I'm here to tell you, Army civilians directly contribute to Army lethality and to our national security. And you may ask, well, how can that be? Well, frankly, every Army civilian on the payroll is offsetting a soldier or freeing up a soldier to do things that only soldiers do. I've spent a part of my career working for General Marty Dempsey, and one of his favorite sayings back in the day was, I only want to do what only I can do. Well, frankly, the reason we have Army civilians is to let soldiers do what only soldiers can do, and that's fight and win our nation's wars. So every time you see an Army civilian, just remember that is freeing up a soldier to do more tactical tasks in the field, and they are contributing to Army readiness in whatever role they may be. The theme of this entire conference is delivering victory, leveraging the Army's industrial might. And I think Ms. Miranda will get into this a little bit. Well, much of the Army's industrial might is the organic industrial base. And back in my time with the Army, I spent several years as the Army's functional chief for all Army civilian logisticians, of which at the time we had about 35,000 blue-collar Army civilians that worked inside the organic industrial base. And I got to meet many of those great Americans, and they were doing incredible work. And I actually saw them inside Iraq and inside Kuwait doing forward repair activities, returning combat systems to the battle, and directly contributing to Army readiness and thus Army lethality. So I just wanted to make that point right up front, and hopefully you agree with me. You know, I used to say as the Army logistics functional chief that we serve those who serve. Army civilians serve those who serve. And that's what they do, and they do it very well. They're game-changing professionals, in my opinion. And we're at a time now where we have the opportunity to try to reinvent how this Army civilian workforce is being managed, how it's moving forward. We're in the midst of this huge transformation. Acquisition reform is another example. We're transforming acquisition, where we have to transform that Army acquisition workforce to get into this new culture, this new way of doing business, much more risk managed as opposed to risk averse and things like that. So with that, I'll start out with Ms. Miranda. I'll hand it over to Liz to talk about how AMC is viewing their own human capital modernization and what they're doing with Army civilians that work inside Army Materiel Command.
Thank you,
Liz?
Bill. I want to start by thanking Karen and Roy, and although they are not here physically in person, I know they are joining us virtually. They were selected, right, to be in this panel because of their experience and how they are really driving human capital reform for the Army. And we're going to miss them. I know they are here in spirit, right? They are definitely watching us, so I'm sure they're going to be wishing that they were here with us. Unfortunately, right, situations that not under their control, right, prevent them from being here, but we're really going to miss them. But again, want to reemphasize, Karen and Roy are both really driving a lot of that policy and transformation effects when it comes to Army civilians. So I'm sure we'll get them on a panel in the future so that they can share themselves what's being done at the department level. So I want to take the opportunity also to highlight a few things that Honorable Obadal mentioned, because I think he stole my speech here. I mean, he nailed it, right? But that also shows to you how we're completely aligned with our Army senior leaders' intent, vision, and execution, right? So I'll take the opportunity to share some of those specific things that he mentioned and just highlight how Army civilians are driving that. But Army civilians are at the forefront of this Army transformation, and they are leading really innovative approaches to doing pretty much every function, right, that is required to train, equip, and have our soldiers ready to fight, right, and win our nation's wars. And there have been so much in the last 12 months, and I'm sure many of you here in the room and also joining us virtually have been part of that transformation, right? Because it really has impacted every single one of us, and it takes every one of us, right, to drive the level of transformation that we need and accelerate that transformation, right, so that our soldiers get what they need and what they deserve to execute effectively. So in the last 12 to 14 months, AMC and Army civilians have led significant transformation, and I'll just touch a little bit, and I'll now organize them in the LOEs that Army Material Command uses really to drive our transformation initiatives, but really enhancing the soldier's experience. And what we have done, again, in the last 12 to 14 months have been unbelievable, right? And that is because of all the hard work of Army and AMC civilians. My Army Post app, right? We modernized that. We fielded it in record time. And now soldiers, civilians, and even contractors at installations have access to data quickly, and is the data that they need to drive their day-to-day. And that, again, transformed how we inform at installations. The organizational clothing and individual equipment, OCIE, how we account for that, how we know exactly who has what, and if they are authorized to keep it or to turn it in. And I mean, there's a way to do OCIE today in a more efficient and agile manner than before. Army Food Program, Honorable Obadal talked about, right, our pilot on the Army Food Program and how successful that has been, and we are really working very hard to continue to expand, right, and open additional campus-style dining facilities or venues at installations so that our soldiers and those that live at those installations have the food, the quality and access to the food that fuels their being, right, to do great things. Delivering ready combat formations. Honorable Obadal also talked about Weapon System 360, an unbelievable tool that really puts at the forefront Army readiness and what we need to do to enable our soldiers, our units, right, so that they are ready to fight. Paraline for property accountability, another tool that it's been developed by civilians in partnership with industry, and again at really fast pace. Things that normally would have taken 2-3 years to develop are being developed in a matter of months and evolved, continuously enhanced, right, at the speed of the need. Equipment redistribution on anti-divestiture sites, where all excess equipment, whether it is Class 7, Class 9s, are being turned in. Security assistance and FMS reform, how we partner with partner nations and allies and deliver them the capability that they need to fight and then protect U.S. equities. And then last but not least, reimagining the organic industrial base. And that, as Honorable Obadal mentioned, right, that is where the Army skills chain begins. So those are just a few examples. These are Army level, right, benefits us all initiatives that Army civilians across the enterprise at AMC and the department level have been working really hard to deliver. So true examples, right, real examples. But nowhere is our focus on modernizing sustainment more apparent than in the organic industrial base. Honorable Obadal also talked about the challenges that we have in the organic industrial base because of the environment over the last decades, and now we have to figure out how to maintain that critical enabling capability for Army readiness and lethality, and that's the organic industrial base. So Army Continuous Transformation campaign plan, specifically campaign objective 12, it is all about OIB continuous transformation. So it is an Army senior leader priority that we address the organic industrial base and continue to have that capability as a cornerstone of Army's ability to maintain operational readiness, and sustain our forces, right? So we all know that capability, what it needs to be, right? So that when the time comes, we are able to surge and deliver, right? So there's just so much going on in the organic industrial base and how that transformation is occurring. I'll just share a few of the things that we are specifically working to upskill, reskill our workforce within the organic industrial base so that they can maintain our readiness today, but also are able to, one, have efficient, effective partnerships with industry, and together, right, are able to also sustain our Army in the future with all those technological advances, right, and more modern capabilities and equipment. And that takes definitely specific actions and effort to really upskill and reskill our workforce, organic industrial base workforce. They, as what we call them the artisans, right? They have very specialized skills, and we need to continue to grow that and make sure that they have the skills, the training, and the equipment needed within the organic industrial base to deliver that readiness. So some of the things that we are, what we're using to shape what that should be. So let me share a little bit about, right, when we talk modernizing the organic industrial base or transforming the Army's organic industrial base, is really to bring it up to that 21st century capability, right, leveraging technology, leveraging data, and the equipment that it's needed to more rapidly bring systems to the level of readiness that our Army needs going forward. So we call it bringing them to the industry 4.0, right? And when you talk industry 4.0, this may sound familiar to some of you, right? We're talking about smart factories. We're talking about predictive maintenance. We're talking about the industrial Internet of Things. We're talking about digital twins, advanced manufacturing, supply chain optimization. A lot of you work in that space, right? So the organic industrial base has to be ready to also work in that space today, right? So how do we accelerate that upskilling and reskilling? So our human capital modernization implementation plan started a couple of years ago, and we needed to really understand where our Army was going, right? So as you may know, we have an organic industrial base modernization plan, which also includes human capital, because you cannot have a modern technologically advanced capabilities if your workforce is unable to use that technology. So when we talk about Industry 4.0 and all these advances that are needed, what is AMC doing to upskill and reskill? So to ensure that we have what we need, what our artisans need, AMC hosted focus groups at each one of the organic industrial base sites to really capture that specialized skill, right? And really understand if we truly had a gap based on what we saw the modernization efforts to be in the next 2, 5, 10, 15 years. And really identifying what more training or opportunities for development, right, the artisans needed to accelerate that learning. So we have expanded the ways artisans can obtain the training, certainly leveraging virtual reality training, and also the creation of micro-credentialing through digital learning. We have also partnered with academia, academic institutions really that have technical schools and are at the forefront of that, leveraging that technology and really training or developing utilizing that technology advancements, right? So we have brought academia to our organic industrial base in partnerships and enhanced our training solutions to accelerate that training. The Department of War's Skill Bridge program also focuses on providing service members transitioning, right, to civilian service with opportunities to participate in on-hand training and developments with potential employers within the organic industrial base. That has been a huge success, and we're going to continue to leverage that program heavily. Automation, advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, right? All of that is really changing how our artisans perform those sustainment maintenance functions. So they themselves have to be trained in those new skills to then be able to train also our soldiers in that more advanced capabilities and weapon systems. So it's been unbelievable, the level of change, the speed of the change, but more importantly, every civilian, whether it is in the organic industrial base or at the Army Material Command or at the department level, has embraced, right, really embraced where we are, what our Army needs, and really has stepped up and put, their best foot forward in really putting retraining, upskilling in their development path, because we know that we cannot do what we need to do with yesterday's skills, right? So it's exciting. There's so much more that we can continue to do within the organic industrial base, at our installations, headquarters, right? It's just so much that, so many opportunities that we have to really transform our Army, and you are all at the center of that, and we really appreciate you working with us, right? And letting us know what you need so that we can provide you those tools and continue to deliver what our Army soldiers and joint forces need. So thank you for the opportunity, and I know we'll have some Q&As later.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Miranda. She's made some really great points. You've probably seen a lot of press about the organic industrial base modernization, and usually it's about the facility or the equipment inside the facility, but the most important aspect of it is really the people. I love the term artisans. They really are artisans, and I've seen myself a cultural shift over the past 5-6 years where they, used to, in the arsenals and depots, resist change. I think they now embrace it. And as she leads this whole industrial-based transformation, it's not just equipment, it's not just facilities, but it's also supply chain, it's IT, it's leveraging AI, and it's really changing the culture of the workforce and the artisans and what they do. So thank you for leading that. I feel a lot more confident about it all, because it's huge in how we maintain our edge in leading the world and protecting our national security. So with that, Mr. Tollison, let's talk acquisition. I mean,
yeah, let's do it.
Seen a lot of changes now with your acquisition reform efforts and how you've restructured. Let's talk about the people.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I just want to thank Liz, and really just honored to be here, to be on this panel, to talk about the acquisition transformation that's currently underway here. I think it was about this time last year where we were given the direction by the Secretary of War, to essentially transform the Army. And as part of that directive, we were told to essentially reform the acquisition system. And when the Secretary gave that mandate, he effectively indicated that acquisition was now on a war footing. And he indicated that acquisition is now a warfighting function. So what that caused us to do, I think immediately, was to really ask some very hard questions about ourselves, to be honest with ourselves, and understand exactly what's working. Do we have the right processes that are in place? Do we need to remove processes? What do we need to do to get on a war footing and maintain that war footing? So we have taken those steps, and I think we've been successful to date. We have a good structure in place, and now we're pivoting to looking at the process side of it. And a big critical part of that is our Army civilians that really make up the majority of the acquisition workforce. If you're talking big A acquisition, it's roughly around 29,000 people, with a large majority of that being on the civilian side. So, the way that we're looking at acquisition transformation is that we see this as a strategic investment in our people. Because this transformation, it won't work without the buy-in from our workforce. We truly have to transform and change our culture and change the mindset of how we operate. I think we're doing that, but it really has to happen at every echelon within just focusing on the acquisition side, but really across the Army. So what we're doing is we are shifting and moving away from being very just process-focused and compliance-based to being laser-focused on the mission and to delivering outcomes. So what's that allowing us to do? It's allowing us to really provide our acquisition workforce with the trinity of command. So what I mean by that is we're giving them the authority, we're giving them the accountability, and we're going to empower them with the responsibility to make those critical decisions that, because we're now a warfighting function, they need to be operationally relevant, and they need to assess what the operational risk is. Speed and empowerment are the two critical drivers that are driving the acquisition force right now. I think the Under gave a tremendous speech, and he really laid it out as far as what the focus of the Army as a whole is and how it's encompassing everything that AMC is doing, everything that T2Com is doing in terms of requirements reform, and everything that Mr. Ingraham is driving through us. He talked about Weapon System 360, talked about ASALT Live, moving to that data-driven world here to where we can truly see ourselves and identify problems early, almost immediately, and take steps to fix those and knock down those barriers. That, to me, is going to really prove incredibly beneficial just over the long term as far as really getting real capability into the hands of the warfighter. So as part of the acquisition transformation strategy across the Department of War, the big thing they're doing is they're changing the Defense Acquisition University to the Warfighting Acquisition University. And it goes beyond just a name change. It's really looking at the curriculum, how we train our workforce and train our civilians and upskill them, to where we're moving away from, again, that compliance-focused mindset and looking at how do we get more immersive, experiential training into the hands of our workforce, focusing on things like capability portfolio management, actual product development that you would see on the commercial world. Taking those steps, bringing people in early. In the acquisition space, we have the IDEAL program, which basically stands for inspiring and developing expertise in acquisition leadership. That's where we are identifying emerging leaders early, giving them developmental assignments out into the field, and really kind of tagging them and making sure that they're taking the right steps to build out their career. So we're also, as far as teaming with the Warfighting Acquisition University, is looking at, we need to really assess and look at the tenures and tours of our program managers, of our capability portfolio executives, and do we need to have them stay in that position longer to where they can see that capability through to the end? without it being a burden or a negative on their career path. When we go in and we start measuring success, we have to ask ourselves, what does success look like for us in terms of material development? And it's whether or not we delivered that capability to the warfighter when they needed it. So we want to make that quantifiable. We want to have hard metrics that we can measure ourselves against and have those scorecards. On the civilian side, I think what we owe you, is to come up with these key performance indicators to communicate directly and clearly and transparently to you exactly what the expectations are and what you're going to be graded against. We're in the process of working through that, and I think we will have some really good, credible metrics that we can provide. I think Roy and Karen would probably be able to elaborate more on that should they be here, not steal their thunder or anything. So I would say in closing for me, it's just, for us, I would say the DA civilians, we see them as the foundation of what we're doing. Again, we look at it as a strategic investment into our workforce. The transformation that we're trying to do, that we need to do, it can't work without all of the buy-in at every echelon. We can push it from a top-down perspective, and we are doing that hard, and we are truly committed as making this change happen. Everybody knows change is hard, change management is hard, and you have to stick with it. I think we're on the right path. We have great senior leadership across the board, not only on the uniform side, but on the civilian side. And I think we're going to make some serious progress over the next year. And I will close at that and look forward to all of your questions that you may have.
Great, thanks, Mr. Tollefson. In the acquisition side, as a guy who worked many years in Army acquisition, it was very compliance-based, I got to say, and it was frustrating. I was mainly on the requirements side, and we knew what we thought we needed. We knew the problem we were trying to solve, but trying to get it over the finish line between contracting, legal, and all those processes. So it sounds like we're making great progress, finally, with an acquisition reform that is restructuring how we go about it and improving the processes of how we do it. And it'll be on us to train the workforce to get into this outcomes-based, risk-managed, not risk-averse approach moving forward, and which
exactly right.
We all will be involved in. So thank you for that. If you have any questions, get them to Alex or whoever might be walking around, but I've got a few already, and we will jump right into that if that's okay. But I'll start with you, Liz. Given the whole OIB human capital modernization approach, what do you see as the biggest risk in executing that modernization plan, and how are those risks being mitigated?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. So, you know what's great about this environment that we're in? It's really an environment of identify the challenge or the obstacle, right? And let's work to eliminate that and open doors, right? As opposed to continue to do more of the same and expect different result, right? So I think that's where our, specifically in my experience, right, Army civilians have come and said, hey, we've tried that before, and, this is the challenge, and we have been unsuccessful in making that happen. And, we've had over and over the opportunity to engage our Army senior leaders. I mean, the Sec Army himself has said, what obstacle do you have to get us there, right? Tell me what I need to do for you to break those barriers. So one of the things that we're working very closely, that it's a risk to executing this organic industrial base human capital modernization plan, is that they are Army Working Capital Fund resourced, right? And technically, you're to fund all efforts related to the organic industrial base through the Army Working Capital Fund. Well, the organic industrial base is already challenged with, right, affordability the Army Working Capital Fund itself cannot absorb any other additional expense, right, without continuing to then make us more unaffordable. So we're working very closely with Army senior leaders and Congress on language to remove the upskilling, reskilling of our organic industrial base artisans outside of the Army Working Capital Fund. That requires statute because, right, the Army Working Capital Fund business model is to capture all expenses associated with that business model, right, that process. Working with Army senior leaders, we have drafted proposed language that is going through reviews right now, and we believe there's a lot of support for it, right? So if we're successful, we will be able to have a complete executable plan that it's not going to negatively impact the Army Working Capital Fund, right? So I think that's one of the biggest, but I just wanted to share that example because it really shows how we are truly transforming not just our processes, but business models, statute, right? Right now is really the environment to make those changes that are going to help us continue to be successful and provide the capability that the Army needs long term.
Thanks, Liz. Jesse, with this one is probably an opportunity to foot stomp because I think you covered some of this in your speech. But
okay.
With the Army undergoing another acquisition reform, how is this transformation different than past efforts, and what tangible steps are being taken to ensure our civilian acquisition workforce is truly empowered and not just burdened with new process?
Yeah, I think I did cover a lot of that, but I think what I'll say is, just to kind of reinforce this, is, I think I see a lot of familiar faces out there. I've been around for a long time. This obviously is not the first acquisition reform effort that's been undertaken by the department. So why is this one new or different? And I think there's a couple of reasons why I would say that it's different. First off, I think it's almost like a perfect storm of events in that with the acquisition reform push that we're doing now, it's really on the big A side of acquisition. And what I mean by that is it's really reform that's trying to hit on all three pillars. So you've got requirements reform that's truly happening across the department, but in particular with inside the Army. And that's a big deal. I don't think it gets enough press, frankly. General Hodney and his team at T2Com are doing tremendous things here. The second part is the little a on the acquisition side, and that's in my space and Secretary Ingraham's space. I think we're making significant progress here, just changing the structure and really changing the culture and setting the right conditions to let our acquisition professionals truly thrive and be empowered to make tough decisions and move quickly. And then the last part of that is on the PPBE side, and that's the budgeting piece that usually gets forgotten about. There was a PPBE commission that reported out, came over. I don't really know what happened to it. I think it got put on a shelf, but I think I do know the OSW comptroller, all things, just kidding aside, they are taking it serious, and they are looking at how to enact some of those reforms. And you heard the Under mention it here earlier about this, where we are in terms of working with Congress, coming up with ways to do budget line item consolidation. And that'll have a tremendous impact for us in terms of delivering capability outcomes. So all that's happening inside the department as part of the SecWar's Acquisition Transformation Initiative. But then it all started with the administration as well, who the president put out an executive order that is driving this change. And then concurrently, you had really significant acquisition reform coming out of both the House and the Senate that ultimately did materialize in the NDAA for FY26. So everybody's on the same page for the first time in a long time, and that you can remove party affiliation from that as well. And that includes political appointees, civilians, Army staff, uniform, we are all rowing in the same direction. There's great synergy and relationships right now between ASALT, AMC, T2Com, things that we were missing, I think, in the past. And I think that's why we're going to be successful in this go-around.
Great.
And the only thing I would add there, right, is there's an expectation of delivering those results, right? So accountability is a big part of why this is, also different. Yes, they are giving us all of the support, right, and vision, direction. At the end, we have to deliver. And what I, shared earlier about all those things that in the last 12 months we've been able to accomplish together is that, right? We've been given the environment, the resources, the priorities, and you all are delivering results. And that only helps us gain more support, right? Because we're demonstrating that what we said we were going to do, we're doing, right? And that's just exactly what our Army senior leaders expect, right?
No, that's great. You mentioned accountability. It looks to me like we've kind of changed how we think about accountability. Accountability and acquisition when I was there was accountability to a process. Now we're being accountable to an outcome, which is how it should have always been, frankly.
Yeah, that's a great way to capture it.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
All right, you got a great question here, and I appreciate whoever asked it. But back to that tough last year that we had with a mass exodus of talent leaving really federal employment across the board, but particularly in the Army. And I think we're still dealing with hiring freezes and such. So we're at a place where, glass was broken, so to speak. And it might have been necessary to break glass to kind of get the workforce re-energized for the future. And so we're at the point where the glass was broken, and now, what do you do now? It's like the dog catching the car. Now what do I do? But we've got the cuts, we've got vacancies we can't fill yet. But what is being done, and this might have been more for Roy and Karen, but what is being done to incentivize talented young leaders to now serve as Army civilians in this new future we're trying to design? Yeah, Liz.
So yeah, I think certainly from a policy programs perspective, that's probably in the Chira, right, and G1 lane, but certainly from experience, right. I think we have to continue to tell the Army story, right. The purpose, why we exist, and why we support our Army is stronger than anything and everything that it's around us. Things that sometimes we just cannot control, right? But what we can control is what we do with the resources and the personnel that we have. What I'm doing, right, and I can only speak for myself, but I see it all around us, is really providing the personnel, those priorities, the resources, the climate, to do what they do best, right, which is execute those functions that they have been trained to do. And again, empowering them to drive the change that we need. And through that, tell the Army story, right? We're transforming, but we are not only transforming in concept or, right, a vision. No, we're really executing transformation while at the same time we have ongoing operations, right? And that should be a clear reflection or, clear message of we're here to support our soldiers, and there is no greater purpose that I can think of, right, than doing that. And if you want to serve, the Army is the right place to do so, because you will be empowered, you will be provided those resources and tools to succeed. And when you succeed, the Army succeeds.
Great. Anything to add?
Yeah, I would just, I think Liz captured it really well there. It comes down to purpose, and knowing that you're supporting the soldiers, that are being called upon to essentially protect our way of life. You're going to work with just a truly tremendous set of people who are all dedicated and mission focused. And I think for us, as far as trying to encourage, is the question more geared towards, you think, senior executive service, or just what is the purpose of being a career civilian? Mm-hmm. I think in that sense, from an acquisition perspective, we want to be laser focused on creating those career path opportunities for continuous development, and things like the public-private training program, where we have internships with industry. We do want to do more of that, and at multiple times throughout that person's growth, from where they're just starting out, let's say at like the GS-11, to when then they're going up to GS-15 or something along those lines, to where you have this constant interchange with industry, to where they're capturing and learning best practices from the commercial side and bringing it back here. We're really trying to recruit hard, and we're also laser focused on the retention part of this. We have some really high caliber, capable people that we want to retain. And we want to make sure that they understand, what the benefits are here, that they're also very much appreciated. Do fully acknowledge it was a rough last year. There's still a lot going on, I think, in the human capital space, as far as figuring out how do we optimize to not necessarily create efficiency, but just to ensure that we're maximizing what the productivity is. So I think on the acquisition side, we're very much aware of it. We're working hard at this to try to determine the best ways here to continue to advance opportunities for career growth and upskilling. And as Liz was saying, is getting the message out to making sure that everybody is aware of those opportunities and that they're taking full advantage of those.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was another question. Actually, was like what Liz talked about on the organic industrial base with the blue collar workforce. What are we doing on the acquisition side with engineers and testers and contractors and logisticians? And it sounds like we have a plan. I mean, I'm sure there's still a lot of developmental work on courses and opportunities. I frankly love the idea of swapping, bringing industry in temporarily and sending Department of Army career civilians over on the industry side. We need support from industry to do that. But it's huge to be able to see the private sector view, through that lens of how to accomplish Army acquisition and achieve the outcomes that we need for national security. So that was great. Let's see here. All right.
There's also a lot of, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, right? Training that the Army, not going to speak for Karen or Roy, but the Army has invested in those resources, those tools, and those, right, it just is self-development. You go, you register, and you have access. The Army has already paid for that, right? So we all have access to accelerate some of our learning in that space. Since, I took my first, full transparency, I took my first AI training last year, and I was amazed, right, at how much you can do with, just using your, how do I say this? Little technical expertise in artificial intelligence, but you can quickly learn how it works and really leverage it for your day-to-day, right? So I immediately came back and told the team, I was like, who's not using it? Because you need to start, exposing yourself, using it, challenging yourself, and the training is out there. It's already paid for, right? So go take it, because I think you're going to benefit significantly from it.
No, that's a great point. I mean, it's the science, an evolving science around how to leverage AI, and all of us, I think, are chasing that as we speak. It's unbelievable.
He's here and he's here to stay, right? So we have to leverage it correctly.
Yeah. Liz, I'm going to come back to you on this one. Short one, actually. As the Army continues to modernize, what role do Army civilians play in ensuring commands can keep up with all these transformational changes?
Yeah, so it is all happening, we could say, right, all at once, for the right reasons. So I think I'm going to reemphasize something that Mr. Towson said. There's alignment, right, all the way from the president to Congress to Army senior leaders, right, to organizations, right, major organizations, subordinate organizations, personnel, right? There's alignment because we understand where we're going. And although there's a lot of change happening, like I said, we just have to embrace the environment right now, really to do the things that for many years we've been wanting to do and have not been able to do so, right? Bill and we were talking, and the things that we're doing today, Bill is like, yeah, we started that, when I was in the G4, and it's just refreshing to see that all of Bill's efforts, right, when he was in the 4, and those after him continued them, and now we're able to see the fruit of that labor. All of that, happened because yes, we are fully aligned, and if we don't take full advantage of the environment that we have today to make those changes, right, that we need, we may miss that window of opportunity, and then tomorrow look back and say, "Oops, window closed. Now what?" Right? So. Yes, it's a little bit hard to keep up, but, embrace it. Take full advantage of the fact that we are making our Army better, right? And definitely we can all be part of that if we see those opportunities and take lead in leading that change.
Great. This is actually a local question, but I know we get a lot of support, like with the Acquisition Support Center, and they've got a satellite campus down here in Huntsville. But the question is, which Huntsville universities are working the training opportunities and trying to, reset the workforce on the acquisition side? Jesse.
Oh, you know what? I don't think I can answer that question. I would defer to my ASC unit there. Right. So I apologize. That is not something that I know the answer to, but I know we are working with universities in Alabama, quite frequently. Yeah. We've got something going on. I know right now with Auburn, it's more on the cyber side. And then there's always tremendous opportunity here in the Huntsville region. But I apologize, I can't answer that.
Digging deep, we have a partnership with Alabama.
So it's beyond local, right? Certainly the local universities understand what we need, and we communicate continuously, right? These are the typical the type of positions and or the skills that we need, right, today and into the future. Supply chain management, you name it, right? Engineering, but we're reaching even outside of that local community because there are centers of expertise also in other areas, advanced manufacturing, for example, right? We're partnering with Wichita University to advance our advanced manufacturing capabilities, right? So we're looking for, who has great programs or capabilities that the Army can leverage and just bring, those partnerships and execute those agreements so that we can share ideas and really, again, accelerate, enhance what we're trying to do. And we don't do it alone. We do it with, academia. We do it with industry partners. We do it with other countries sometimes, right? We're learning a lot about Ukraine. This is open source, right? So we know what they've gone through and how they are leveraging, drones and that technology within Ukraine has advanced significantly. Why aren't we, right, getting those lessons learned and really implementing or embracing some of those things that they have already gone through and accelerate our capabilities so that we're ready, right? I mean, it's all over. So it's not just local academia. It's where those technical expertise reside and where we can leverage their expertise by partnering with them.
Great. I'm going to adjust this one a little bit, but given all these changes over the past year and everywhere we're trying to go, and I can't agree with both of you mentioned how important it is that we're in an environment of change and we've got to take full advantage of that. How's morale doing with your workforces? Jesse.
I'll be always honest and transparent. I think morale could probably be better. It's something that I know myself and Mr. Ingraham are constantly worried about and always trying to check the pulse, just to make sure. I think one of the things that I'm trying to do better as just a senior leader is to be more transparent, open, and communicative to making sure that the force knows what's going on. I may not have the answer, but I'll tell them that I don't have the answer, and that starts with the top down. That's been the guidance that's been given to us. But overall, I think morale is good, and that people, our workforce, they seem to have bought into I think they truly believe in that there's a goodness and a reason for us making this significant change.
Right.
And they're starting to understand that the transformation can happen. It's being driven by them, not necessarily from a small cabal that's just making, some big, bold statements, that we're really putting it into practice. So I think they're very much encouraged by that, and we're starting to deliver on outcomes, and I think that's exciting. And so I think morale it's good, but I think it's where it probably would be given the amount of change that has taken place over the last 12 months. But we seem to be trending in a much better direction.
Great. And before I come to you, Liz, Jesse, along those lines, there was a mention in the questions about still having a ways to go in reducing, especially the military side of the Army Acquisition Corps. And is there a way to facilitate them transitioning more quickly into a potential Department of Army civilian position in acquisition?
I think that's something that we would have to consider, and that we would want to consider, because it's been my experience I think we've got just some incredibly high caliber, high capacity people that are operating in the acquisition space. And if it's something that is a reduction, say on the uniform side, and it's a high caliber person, I would not want to lose that person. And we would have to work at ways to make it an easy transition into the civilian space.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, Liz, over to you. I know a lot of Army civilians work for you. And there's installation managers, there's, the arsenals, the depots.
Yeah, and it has really impacted us, right, all. And I always tell our team, we have to think, again, the purpose, why we exist, and why the Army is doing all this, transformation. And while doing so, we did have to reduce, right, our civilian workforce. That is because to deliver capability to our soldiers faster, that requires resources. Right, and the budgets are what the budgets are, right? So our Army senior leaders had to make very difficult choices, leveraging, right, voluntary separations, right? So we didn't have to force anyone outside of disciplinary, right, performance issues. But even through voluntary separations, right, it was a massive change, and certainly it impacted us all, various levels, both professionally and personally, right? So yeah, it's going to take a while for us to to build back that morale. But I think where we have made strides, again, is those that are here executing the mission and really delivering capability for the soldiers. And I think that passion, that sense of purpose, has, for many, make them accept, all the changes, and really understand the why those had to occur, but really drive us or move us into the future, right? And again, that's sometimes hard, and it may take a little bit of time in terms of morale, but the opportunities to continue to contribute, to continue to be passionate about what we do, is still there. It's still in the hearts of everyone, right? So I see bright future. We're still going through this restructure process again, and we'll do whatever we can, right, to take care of the people, and that's what we need to do, and that's what we will do. Even because more change is coming, right? I mean, the Army is still in transformation, so more change is coming. What exactly? Yet to be determined, but we'll work through it, right? And our commitment is to take care of the people.
Great. I think we are almost there. I can't thank you, both of you, for being agile enough for us to adjust to from what would be considered a panel to really more of a fireside chat. Any closing comments, Jesse?
No, just again, thanks for the opportunity to be here, and just to provide some insight and feedback as to what the ASOL world is doing here, and just for all the civilians out there, just say thanks for your service here.
Yeah.
Liz?
No, thank you, Bill, and thank you for always having the civilians, right, in the forefront of all these type of events, because it's important that we continue to have this conversation, right, especially with all this change and transformation that is occurring all around us. So Bill, thank you for moderating, for organizing us, and to you all, we cannot do what we do for our soldiers without your commitment, your passion, your competence. It's just incredible what we have been able to accomplish together in the last 12, 14 months. And there's many more opportunities. I tell my folks, these are not challenges. These are really opportunities to excel. So we have many of those. I want to thank you all for being here, listening to our conversation. Thank you for the questions, and let's just keep the conversation going because you're all vital to our Army's success. So thank you for what you do every single day.
Great. And just to wrap things up, I did want to recognize the AUSA Civilian Advisory Committee. I think Phil Sakowitz is the only other member here, and he might have walked out. He was here earlier. But anyway, Phil and the rest of the committee are doing what they can in leveraging the power of AUSA to try to move Army civilians forward from either a policy or legal perspective with Congress and do things that the Army can't do directly. So, and appreciate what AUSA does in support of that. Army civilians are, give or take, about 200,000 strong. And like we said earlier, they free up soldiers to do what only soldiers can do, fight and win our wars. And meanwhile, they are contributing directly to Army strategic readiness. So they are a critical link in the Army chain of its lethality and readiness for doing whatever the nation needs it to do. So if you remember nothing else about our panel today, just remember that, and remember that this is the opportunity for us to continue to press in improving how Army civilians contribute to the Army. So ideas, cards, and letters, you can send them to me directly, but I mean, the Army, could probably use input, especially from the private sector side, especially as we think about how we might be able to better partner moving forward and maybe do some talent swamps and we all win. It's kind of a win-win opportunity. But thank you too for what you do. Let's please give our two speakers a round of applause. Thank you. And it is now, I'm going to give you 3 extra minutes with your break time. So anyway, thank you all for hanging in there. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ms. Carrie Varohakis, AUSA's Education and Programs Program Director and Podcast Senior Producer.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and distinguished panelists. I'm Carrie Varohakis with AUSA, and I am a senior producer on our Army Matters podcast. Are there any listeners out here in Huntsville today? Thanks. So at AUSA, we're pulling leaders up into the next stage of their Army journey. And to that end, AUSA's Army Matters podcast is telling stories of what's possible, amazing, and inspirational at every turn. One at a time, we've shown how the Dog Tag Bakery helps military spouses and veterans open dream businesses, how young leaders like astronaut Major Kate Rubins uses her Army skills, and how senior leaders like General Xavier Brunson rose to steward the Army in places like Korea. If you have a compelling story to share, be sure to email me at podcast@ausa.org or stop by the education booth outside of the general session room and just discuss how we can connect and amplify your voice. We will now take a short break, and please return here at 11:15 for the next panel with the U.S. Army Transformation and Training Command.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please be seated? Please be seated. Our program is about to begin. We hope you enjoyed the networking break. To resume our sessions, please welcome Lieutenant General Retired Guy Swan, an AUSA Senior Fellow.
Thanks, Mike. Woo! Wow. Well, good morning, everyone, once again. Thanks for coming back in. General Brown, it is going to be the best global force ever. It's off to a great start. I'm Guy Swan, a senior fellow here at the Association of the United States Army, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next panel discussion entitled Synchronizing the Army's Generating Force, an update on T2COM implementation and identity. This is a two-part panel discussion, and in the first part, we'll hear from the top leaders of T2COM, the Army's Transformation and Training Command, on how the stand-up of this new command is progressing. And there's no one better qualified to lead this conversation than our good friend, General Retired Mike Murray, who you all know was instrumental in the stand-up of T2COM's predecessor, maybe even single-handedly instrumental in standing up Army Futures Command. General Murray's still in the fight now, serving as a strategic advisor at Deloitte, and it's great to have you, Mike, with these great leaders. And with that, Mike Dudley, go ahead.
General John Michael Murray, U.S. Army retired, began his illustrious military career in 1982, commissioning as a U.S. Army infantry officer from the Ohio State University's ROTC program. Since then, General Murray served in leadership roles with command positions and staff assignments at the highest levels of the Army. After nearly 40 years of service with the Army, he currently serves on several boards and advises defense-focused companies. General Murray, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for that kind of introduction, and welcome everybody. And as General Swan said, this is part one of a two-part CMF, this one focused on the generating force. And I think probably the easiest way to introduce this panel is to go back to my AFC days. And when AFC was around before T2COM, everybody focused on the material solutions, the 31+4 that AFC was tasked to work with ASALT, with our acquisition professionals, to deliver. And that was absolutely the wrong focus for what AFC was stood up for. AFC always started with, what could that operational environment look like? What were the concepts that would have to be developed for that operational environment for the Army to fight and win in that future operational environment? And lastly, what were the material solutions that our ASALT and acquisition professionals would have to deliver to the Army to fight and win with those concepts in that operational environment? And inevitably, somebody's going to ask me, what do you think of the stand-up of T2COM and the merger of AFC and TRADOC? And my answer is always, I am a huge fan of the merger of AFC and TRADOC and the headquarters that now resides in Austin, Texas. The focus has changed, obviously. When I left Army Futures Command, it was about 29,000, give or take. Today, T2COM is somewhere around 350,000. I'm not sure anybody could even understand what that is. But what has changed significantly is the focus has remained the same, is understanding that operational environment, the future operational environment the Army will have to operate in, develop the concepts. But what has changed fundamentally is no longer just material solutions. It's the human solution that the Army is going to need in the future, the talent that's going to have to be developed, the talent that's going to have to be acquired, and the talent that's going to have to be sustained throughout the career of a soldier, a non-commissioned officer, and an officer into the future. That's the fundamental difference between what Army Futures Command was asked to do and what T2COM has been asked to do. So I think the Army has done a great job of linking the three pillars that are represented here to my right by these outstanding general officers of force design, force generation, and force development throughout the life cycle of not only material but soldiers as well. And nobody really came here to hear me talk, so we're going to get to this we only got 45 minutes, and I will try very hard to keep the last 10 minutes for audience questions. But it's becoming increasingly clear that the Army's ability to win future conflicts depends on how quickly the institution can adapt. And that's really what T2COM is doing, is synchronizing the Army's generating force, the focus of this panel, to ensure that that force is agile, adaptable to what that future environment is going to demand, and translating lessons rapidly into institutional change. So we have with us today three incredible panelists, and I mentioned the 350K that Dave Hodney has to get his arms around, which no human really can do without three incredible subordinate leaders. And these are the three horsemen of T2COM that really allow General Hodney to focus on things, as was stated in an earlier panel, that only General Hodney can focus on. Do only the things that General Hodney needs to do. This is the day-to-day operational piece of T2COM. And I've worked with all three of them in the past, had the misfortune of two of them actually working for me. And I guarantee you, though, that we have the right general officers in the right place at the right time to make sure that this transition is successful. First, at the far end, Lieutenant General Johnny Davis, the commander of the United States Army Recruiting Command. And the easiest way for me to let you know what Johnny's responsible for is everything from the initial handshake with a recruit to the successful completion of initial entry training. And so USAREC, as most of you know, just used to be get them to initial entry training. General Davis has picked up the responsibility of getting them through initial entry training. And we're going to talk about some of the things that he's learning and how that's influencing and really impacting the recruiting process. Next in the middle, Lieutenant General Jim Eisenhower, the commander of the Combined Arms Command, used to be Center, now Combined Arms Command, responsible for driving change, advancing leader development, and stewarding the profession to allow the Army to deliver a trained and professional Army today and well into the future. And last but not least, Lieutenant General Mac McCurry, commander of the Futures and Concepts Command, used to be Center, now Command, responsible for designing the future force by developing integrated concepts and requirements informed by experimentation and synchronizing within T2COM and Army processes to drive persistent Army modernization. So force design, force development, and on the far end, force generation that I mentioned earlier, the key components of T2COM that I think the Army got right when they looked at this structure. And with that, we are going to jump right in because, like I said, we've only got 45 minutes. I'll give each of these gentlemen a couple minutes for opening statements. We'll jump into questions. And like I said, we'll try to save at least 10 minutes at the end for audience questions. So be thinking about your questions and what you would like to ask. So opening statements, let's start with General McCurry. Jim Eisenhower, you go next, and then General Davis.
Thanks, sir. Lieutenant General Mac McCurry, as General Murray said, happy to be here with you all. Thanks to AUSA and the Rocket City for putting this on. For those of you out in industry, I'm no stranger. Most of you have talked to me in my former roles as the Director of Force Development or the Chief of Aviation or the Chief at Army Futures Command. So I'm glad to be with you all again and really honored to be up here on this stage with my former boss and mentor and these two great warfighters sitting next to me, my battle buddies. Since I'm first, I'll just talk a little bit more about T2COM. You know, it's a little more than TRADOC and AFC put together. The synergy that is brought by unifying force design, force development, and force generation is really what's powerful about T2COM. And that all kind of comes together at what I refer to as the crown jewels of T2COM, which are the Centers of Excellence commanders that touch each part of the three-part process described by General Murray. So, Futures and Concepts Command. You got to kind of understand where we've been to understand where we are and where we're going. You know, prior to 1962, a lot of force design was episodic and fragmented across our Army in Continental Army Command. In 1962, the Army said, hey, let's form Combat Developments Command, pulled the functions for force design and development out of CONARC at the time. And then in 1973, with the advent of TRADOC, those functions migrated there. So 1962, 1973, and before that, you know, 150 years of the Army or more under a different design. In 2006, we formed ARCIC, Capabilities Integration Center for the Army, because we felt like we needed someone to integrate across the warfighting functions. In 2018, Army Futures Command, preceded by the cross-functional teams to accelerate modernization, and the Futures and Concepts Center was a part of that command when General Murray stood it up. Now here we are in 2025, Futures and Concepts Command. So what's different? Under Future Concepts Command, right now, the easiest way to remember it is everything that a year ago is in Army Futures Command, minus the software factory and the Army Applications Lab, is now in Futures and Concepts Command. So all of the DevCom, Warfighting System Centers, Labs and Centers, Medical Research Development Command, Joint Modernization Command, Transformation Decision Analysis Command, which is two parts of our analytic triad in the Army, formerly TRAC and formerly DAC, and the 75th Innovation Command. More importantly, what I call the 9+2, the 9 future capability directorates that are embedded down at the centers of excellence that are focused on concepts, requirements, and experimentation in support of that warfighting area. And the +2 is the FCDs at SMDC and its special operations at Fort Bragg. So what does FCC do? It all starts with a concept, starts with a vision of where we're going to go, looking at threats with a keen eye on technology readiness and always paying attention to the rapidly changing character of war. We jump into experimentation. We want to foster a culture of rapid learning and adaptation. Failing early is okay as long as you learn and refine what you do. And then we're always focused on Army and joint experimentation to help us close those joint kill chains. Requirements, the M is where, as General Murray said earlier, was kind of our initial focus in Army Futures Command. Still a large focus for Futures and Concepts Command. However, as we've worked our way through the concept, we are increasingly focused on formations and formation changes that may be driven by the changing character of war and the concept work that we continue to do. We also do the integration, as ARCIC once did, across the warfighting functions and systems. We have the DevCom labs and centers doing that underpinning rigorous research, and TDAC doing the analysis. 2 points from this. I talked about changing twice before the year 2000, and we've changed 3 times in how we envision futures and concepts evolving for the Army since the beginning of this century. That should say something about the pace of change that we are facing as an Army. So I think with all we're doing, FCC is able to unify a vision with some rigorous underpinnings. We're the architect of the Army, and about 30,000 strong across the board. And so I often, every day, remind my team that I'm probably the least smart person in FCC. I'm just a scout pilot that somehow found his way through this, and I'm surrounded by doctors, scientists, engineers, futurists, and analysts every day. Because of that, we kind of came up with an algebra problem to describe FCC, and that is FCC equals I cubed over R. Imagination, innovation, integration, all underpinned by rigorous analysis. So, last 2 points. Nothing we do is in isolation. Everything, as the under said, is for the soldier. Everything we do in Futures and Concepts Command has to pass to my right, to my battle buddy Jim Eisenhower at the Combined Arms Command. And I did pick up one new role since we did this, and that's when we implemented acquisition reform. General Hodney charged me to be the lead blocker for the portfolio acquisition executives. If you've ever seen Claire Gill and Chris Beck, I'm not quite sure how I'm the lead blocker, but that's what I do. I try to go through the Army processes and pave the way for the PAs to be successful. I look forward to the questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mac. My name is Jim Eisenhower. My thanks to General Murray for moderating today and the AUSA team for inviting us in and hosting. Appreciate you asking us to come here today. I get the privilege of serving out at Fort Leavenworth with the men and women of the Combined Arms Command. It used to be the Combined Arms Center. As Mac described, FCC kind of evolving into what was AFC into FCC today. In many ways, CAC's scale and scope of responsibilities has evolved and grown as well. We've gone from 6 months ago, a headquarters with about 5,800 people to now about 58,000. All the COEs as direct reports, and those are, as Max said, kind of the crown jewels of T2Com. What those COE CGs and their staffs do is incredible every day across every aspect of force design, force development, and force generation. But we've also consolidated the 5 colleges in the United States Army under one Army University, and that's been designated a 2-star command. And so we've also got Army University under CAC, DCG for education, if you will, Trevor Bredenkamp, and then he now runs Army University. As most universities are comprised of colleges, he's now comprised of the 5 colleges in the United States Army, and that gives us an opportunity to find some efficiencies there in terms of pedagogical pursuits and standardization when it makes sense, but also the quality assurance and quality control and accreditation to make sure that we're providing the best combat, warfighting, and leadership training we can across the upper echelons of our PME. We've also returned the CONUS-based combat training centers, so JRTC, NTC, and then the MCTP, the Mission Command Training Program, back under CAC. It used to be that way. And then in around 2010, we understandably were focused on readiness and running mission readiness exercises, and that's when ForceCom took purview. But the alignment of these CTCs back under CAC, I think, is an important change, and it puts CAC in a good position to do several things in much better coordinated fashion. The first is provide timely doctrine, integrate the material that Mac was talking about into the force as part of our force development responsibilities, and then ultimately improving our focus across the professional military education enterprise as we train combat leaders who can make confident decisions in extremis. I look forward to your questions today, but before I do that, I'd like to tell a really quick story before I hand this over to Johnny. It was about 3 years ago, and Johnny will probably tell you exactly how many days ago it was. We were at the Senior Leader Forum in Washington, D.C., where the chief and the secretary bring in all their 2-star commanders and above. And there was a hush in the crowd when the chief said, "I'm about to introduce the next CG of U.S. Army Recruiting Command." Then he introduced Johnny Davis. And there was a great sense of relief among the crowd. I think for 2 reasons. One, because it was Johnny Davis, and if you know him, you know you can give him anything. But 2, it was selfish in that a lot of us were thrilled that it wasn't us. But I don't want to miss an opportunity. Think back 3 years ago where we were and the terms we were using. Crisis. And I just want to introduce Johnny by asking all of you in uniform, and I hope everybody here, to give USAREC and Johnny a round of applause, because that's not an issue today. Over to you, brother.
No, thanks, Jim, and I appreciate the kind words. General Murray, thanks.
Well, I was going to say, what Jim didn't say is that's the USAREC CG for life.
Tenured professor.
Yeah. I think I'm the longest serving commander in the position right now, and I think the chief says you're going to stay there for a very long time. But it's great to serve our Army in this capacity, and I'll share where we are on the recruiting front. But I'm Johnny Davis. I'm actually based out of Fort Knox, Kentucky. Came over from AFC. I was the chief of staff for General Murray at the time. Really learned how to understand about force design, force development, and now from that position I went to Fort Knox to take over Cadet Command, and then of course pulled over to Recruiting Command. So now I am in the force generation pool, and that's what I live each and every day. I can talk sessions, I can talk training, force generation pipeline. I can answer a lot of different questions. So where are we? So right now we're about halfway through the year, and I want to tell you recruiting has really gone very strong. It's been going on for a while. We're over 300 plus enlistments a day. We're over 50,000 under contract halfway through the year at this point. That's put us in a position where the Chief of Staff of the Army and the Secretary of the Army said, hey, let's continue to expand and grow the Army, and that's what we're doing. And we're going to add another 1,500 to the ranks this year, and right now for next year, depending on the exact numbers, between 5,000 and 6,000 additional a year on top of the 60 or 65,000 mission, on top of the reserve mission, which I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a very good spot with the reserve mission this year. I know it's hard depending on where you serve, where reserve unit locations are, the MOS desert, but we're in a good place that this year, hopefully, and that's what we're focused on, General Dudley and team, for the first time in 11 years, based on where our trajectory is, we may exceed the United States Army Reserve mission. So we're in a good place there. And then the training base, over 43,000 within the training base. And we're really putting a microscope on that for the chief to understand, based on where we are in the world right now, what are the requirements that change in terms of precision MOS? Do we need more infantry, or do we need more UAV operators? So that's the type of thinking we're thinking about in terms of working with Mac and Jim on really why putting these three MSC commanders under one T2 comm, because we talk, we help each other, we are nested, we're synchronized, but more importantly, what comes through the warfighting concept based on what we train at CTCs and based on the MOSs, we're all nested and we're speaking on one sheet of music. So with that, sir, I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Johnny. Jim Eisenhower, let's kind of get started with you. Army Transformation Initiative, ATI. So what structural changes did ATI drive across CAC, and what advantages did that create for you for training and education at scale? And as a likely follow-on with the advantages, what challenges did that bring, and what challenges are you facing with ATI?
Sure, thanks. The structural changes that I talked about a couple of them, but I'll focus on two here just to respond to your questions here. And it's with the CTCs and CONUS base coming back under CAC, I think it's really beneficial because it aligns proponency, funding, and resource allocation under a singular headquarters, and not only T2 comm, but then in a place where both of these gentlemen have logical input into what we do at CTCs. Another thing we've realized is coming out of mission rehearsal exercises, again, that was a different time for our Army, and the CTCs played an important role. But CTCs are going to go back to what I think we can logically characterize as original intent, and that's using the most realistic, supervised, with all the appropriate infrastructure, force-on-force training we can provide. It is the envy of the world. There's not another Army that does it as well as we do. It's really the only place where we truly test logistics over time. And so I think CTCs are going to return to becoming central to the Army transformation and continuous transformation. And when we take that opportunity on, there's a couple of things we're focusing on. The first, I don't want to call it a reformation of the OP4, but it is a new emphasis on the OP4. I want to modernize their fleet, and part of that is already underway. We do want them to replicate the most demanding aspects of an enemy that we'll find and build in that our own Blue 4, the friendly forces, the rotational units, the confidence that they can handle that kind of multi-domain threat. And then also what I want to do with the CTCs is digitize them. Since 1982, when we established the National Training Center, we've left terabytes of data on the floor of the Central Corridor and on the floor of Fullerton, DZ. And we can digitize to collect, and we're underway now, not only the objective data, everything from fuel consumption to ammunition consumption, what we've turned in, what we didn't use, miles driven, hours logged, but also the subjective data from the ops groups at each one of these CTCs, and collect all that. The value is not immediate, But imagine what we could be doing now in terms of modeling and sims if we had collected that data for the last 40 years of CTC's existence. So I think it will really help us get into an ability, a capacity to base our future decision making and everything from how we lead to what we need to acquire based on the most realistic combat training we've got. And doing that at CTCs is really important. So that's kind of a large example of structural change. The other example I'll give you is the TID, the Transformation Integration Directorates that exist at every COE. Those TIDs in almost every case are physically juxtaposed with the Future Concepts Directorate that Mac talked about. And so this is where I think a lot of the .mul PFP integration will occur. We're already see it happening in that TIDs will focus on .mul PFP integration, but they've got an eye to future concepts and concept-required capabilities in their development, and they're watching that as it develops in FCC. TIDs have lessons learned managers that we send across the Army routinely, not only to CTCs, but theater Army operations and things of that sort, where they're collecting information. And they bring all of that back and reconcile it in committee work and conversations with it, their FCD counterparts. And what I'm really excited to see is then there's a third structure here, and that's the acquisition community. And as the TIDs and FCDs are working with the acquisition community, I think that is the right combination of talking about what's happening now and what we're observing, what we anticipate happening in the future, and then how we translate that into capability. So you talked about the primary challenges. Right now, I think that we don't know what the demands of the different ASCCs is going to be. We're now an ASCC-centric Army. And so at least at CAC, I've got my eye on ASCC specific requirements and how we adjust to that as we pursue training, leader development, doctrine, and .mul PFP integration. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Jim. General Davis, so you mentioned in conjunction with where we were 3 years ago and where we are today was the relaunch of the Be All You Can Be campaign, right? So how are you using that to achieve requirements for specific MOS growth? And as a follow-up, how are you now using data that everybody is focused on to really attract the right talent for what we're going to need into the future?
Yeah, thanks, sir. That's a great question. And let's start off with, the relaunch of Be All You Can Be, because Be All You Can Be was impactful. Not only did you have your propensed audience or the applicants that we were really trying to pursue to serve in our great United States Army, but we wanted an ad campaign, a marketing campaign that really was impactful and resonated with influencers, parents, and those who are out there to help answer questions where a recruiter was not present to answer questions. That is one of the major reasons why we thought the rebranding and the rollout of Be All You Can Be would have an impact in helping spread propensity with an audience that was already full of influencers and veterans. I mean, I remember that campaign as a young high schooler and college classmate. It drove me to pursue additional, information about service in our great nation. So that's one, I think, opened the door to why we see this huge increase in the spread of this propensity. And oh, by the way, the feedback from our veterans and our influencers really drove the content as well of what you see on the media space. One, there's certain commercials that everybody has seen. All of that is feedback from you and our recruiters and everyone out there. That's what drove the really marketing campaign, and it's doing very, very well. Our next rollout of really commercials, I will tell you, we're going to get them before the chief, but you're going to really appreciate what our men and women are putting together in the marketing space. It really resonates. I mean, you can see what we put together for Olympics, over 90 million really impressions that very first 48 hours. So that is really spreading. We're not done yet. We're looking in the digital audience, social media, UFC, all the different things that we think have the particular audience that we want to focus on really drives us to the data analytics and why is that important. Because if you understand your audience and we can use data and AI, then you can take the marketing dollars, instead of spreading them like peanut butter across the United States, you can take the marketing dollars and really focus them in areas that yield certain MOSs. So for example, one of the areas that we see a higher increase in terms of combat arms, superstars that want to serve, one of the areas we've taken a look at and focused on, and special forces as well, is the Midwest. And it's really allowed us to focus in that area. So we are taking market segmentation to a whole new level with data analytics. And I think that's what's really helping us focus our marketing dollars, which are not, it's not unlimited, so it is limited. So we have to focus in the right areas to get the right audience, have the right number of touch points, answer questions from our veterans and influencers, and let's get them to move forward to serve our great United States Army. But thanks for that question, sir.
Okay, and I think I got time for one more, and then I've got several. So keep the audience questions coming. We'll definitely have time at the end. So, General McCurry, most everyone's familiar, and the next panel is really going to focus on it. We talked about it earlier on the restructuring of acquisition, the stand-up of PAEs and CPEs, et cetera. But I do believe there's less of an understanding but it's just as significant on how the Army is restructuring how they determine requirements. And requirements may be a dirty word right now, but that's the one I know. Capabilities of need, statements of need, requirements, et cetera. So, and you talked on this a little bit. So where do requirements come from now, and how do they go from a need to a capability in soldiers' hands?
Thanks, sir. I talked about being the Director of Force Development earlier, and really since 2012, the Army keeps sending me back to get this requirements business right. With a few years off for good behavior to go command something once in a while, I've largely been in the requirements community for the Army for the last 13 or so years. So lots of evolution there. Requirements, philosophically, requirements should come from warfighting gaps and problems. And FCC is the holder of the Forge database, which is where we capture warfighting gaps and problems. Most of the time when we say requirements, we mean materiel. There's all kinds of requirements, but for this purpose, for industry, we'll focus on materiel. And, they should be to make us better, for the operational force to get better at fighting, to not make it a fair fight for the adversaries. So the first place they should come from is the operational force. General Eisenhower talked a minute ago about kind of a structural change for the Army to be aligned under ASCCs versus the big four ACOMs that we used to have. And so now you have one remaining 4-star ACOM and a 3-star supporting Army command focused on getting the Army Service Component commands what they need. So when we made these changes, we went into the Forge database, and I was well coached by Generals Clark and Donahue that, all requirements didn't come from organic work inside the institutional Army. And so we opened up the Forge database to the Army Service Component commands. Within, I say euphemistically within minutes, it was days, but we received 40 new warfighting problems direct from the Army Service Component commands into the Forge database. And our team has gone through and level set those against existing gaps. Most of them aligned against existing gaps, but now we're firmly anchored on a demand from the operational force with that requirement also anchored against a warfighting concept. In a more urgent sense, they always have the ability to do the ons, juons, eons process, and so that kind of takes us into the Army's requirements process, and we've been working hard with the Army G8 to change that process and make it less hierarchical, less iterative, more streamlined. We eliminated a 1-star requirements forum in the Pentagon. We have pulled together a 3-star requirements forum called the Army Requirements Meeting that is tri-chaired with the G8, the G3, and the FCCCG. So we each have special roles there. FCC, making sure we're aligned with warfighting demands and gaps. The G3 is the ultimate prioritizer of the Army, and the G8 has early visibility on programming for things we need. So I think these are all good developments. For industry out there, one thing hasn't changed, and that is the requirement writers are still in the future capability directorates. Those same folks that you talked to that were in the CDIDs or in the cross-functional teams are in the FCDs, so that's your first point of entry. We now have the portfolio acquisition executives that you're going to hear from soon at the 2-star level. They are your next point of engagement. And then to look across the portfolios, that's my charge, as I mentioned, from General Hodney, and so my door is always open to you. But we've reduced 7 requirements forums to 1 inside Army Futures Command and doing a lot. The last point I would like to make on requirements is exactly what General Eisenhower talked about earlier. This synergy between the TID, lessons learned managers, and the FCDs. We are turning fast on observations from ongoing operations in Europe and the Middle East. We are turning fast on observations from combat training centers, and we recently turned a requirement document in less than 48 hours to a critical need for one of our warfighters. So I think we're all leaning in the right direction to make this go faster. The last piece is how does that interact with centralized programming in the G8, and the PAEs are able to present their requirements to the panels that are doing the programming, and then at the 3-star level, at the senior resourcing group, I'm able to look across and reinforce prioritization at that level. Thanks, sir.
Great answer, Mac. Thank you. General Eisenhower, at the Center of Excellence COE level, we have worked to capture lessons learned with .mil PFP implications. What processes at CAC have been streamlined to publish doctrine faster for the warfighter?
Yeah, it's a good question. We've got a couple of initiatives underway, but we want to be careful with doctrine. Doctrine's based on principle, not current technique. But what we owe the soldier is the confidence that their doctrine is timely. And so while I think that's different based off the specific doctrinal issue, our doctrine team at CAD is integrating a couple different techniques. Heretofore, our doctrine process took 2 to 3 years. It was endogenous. It come from the force. And we would look to find corroborating recommendations and ultimately come to the point where at Fort Leavenworth we decided that it was time for changing that doctrine because in our own definition it was a validated technique. And Rich Creed, who runs the Combined Arms Doctrine Directorate at CAD and is in charge of all of our doctrine, has done a couple of things. One, it's a trope to think our doctrine doesn't change. I think just last year, Rich will correct me, but I think we made more than 200 changes to our doctrine. So that process is ongoing. What we want to do, though, is make sure it's sufficiently comprehensive. And so we've contracted with a software company that allows us to use a large enterprise data mesh, and we've given it access to all of our doctrine. And what it does is it screens OSINT, and it finds any time there's a divergent concept between what our doctrine says and something out in open source says, whether it be an academic journal, a military journal, or it could be a singular post on X. We're probably not going to react to a singular post on X, right? But what it does is it queues up for our doctrine writers any discrepancy with our existing doctrine. And it does it digitally, and it can do it constantly. And what they do is then catalog this and look for sufficient corroboration, and then ultimately decide whether or not it's time to make a change. That can really speed the change of our doctrine from a 2 to 3 year process to, in some cases, 2 weeks when we realize that there's sufficient corroborating evidence that our existing doctrine had fallen short at some point and we need to make that change. I think that can be intoxicating to change doctrine that fast, but those of us who have used doctrine in the past, I think, no, we've got to be very careful here. At the end of the day, what's important to me as the CAC commander is that doctrine experts and analysts are the ones who are making a decision when it's time to change. What we try to do is increase their accessibility to those different techniques that we're seeing across the world and decide whether or not that's something that should characterize our own U.S. Army doctrine. Ultimately giving every soldier the confidence that when they look up doctrine online, it's timely and it's integrating those things that we're watching across the globe, but it's also balanced with principle we know has proven valid in the past.
So we got time for one more question, and then just as a heads up to the panelists, we'll do quick closing comments. So General Davis, how does USAREC continue to improve a soldier's initial experience once you've got that contract? And with those improvements, are you, and if you are, how are you reducing soldier attrition, and how is data being used from that experience to inform the overall recruiting effort?
No, thanks, sir. That's a great question. There's a couple of things going on, and I want to share with the audience, when recruiting is going very well, we are actually filling seats out, 3, 4, 5 months. So if we enlist someone today, so first of all, if I talk with someone today that's interested, it takes about the flash to bang to really go from that first initial handshake to really enlistment is about 90 days. It's coming down, so we're doing very good in terms of bringing that number down. It's medical, it's all of the different forms you have to fill out. But then now, once you enlist, because we're filling every MOS training seat, now you may have to wait 4 to 6 months before you ship. Now, many in here, like myself and my family, we have children in service. And so just think about that. When a son or daughter is sitting at the house for about 6 months, they're like, I'm ready to go. And I want them to go. But we have to keep them committed. So that's why we've begun to really focus on how do we really stay connected. The recruiter plays a part, but what we're trying to do is use technology and data to help us do that. So we're putting together like a future soldier, management app that keeps them going, like Strava, or another app like Garmin, so that when you reach certain things, did you do physical fitness today? Did you read, for an hour today? Did you, read a book or whatever? There are certain badges, and what we're trying to do is prepare that superstar for eventual shipment off to the training base. We show them videos of what day one's going to look like in a reception battalion, what basic training is going to look like. And so that's really starting to unfold right now. We're piloting it, but it's really starting to receive some very positive, feedback. But it's not just the future soldier, management, and when they sit in the delayed entry program, you really got to keep them going. And our drill sergeants and our trainers and instructors across the training base keep them going. But that's the way you keep the fourth generation pipeline moving, is you really invest in them left of the shipment to basic training, and then you just keep them motivated and committed throughout that training ecosystem all the way to their first airline ticket or whatever, to their first unit of assignment. But that is what we're doing, and we're starting to see the numbers come down because we're focusing on the right audience. And lastly, sir, before we take any question, the average age of our in the United States Army Compo 1 for enlistments is going up. It's, many would think the average age is 19. The average age is 22 years, 5 months, and it's going up. So we think next year it'll probably be 22 years, 6 or 7 months. So whatever's happening, life is happening. And so whenever they graduate high school, they go off to college, there's a window in there. So now we're starting to really focus on how do we use data to really connect with our labor pool, because they're no longer on a high school list. They're out there working in the private industry, and we still want to connect with them because they still want to serve. And so that's what we're focused on. But thanks, sir.
Yep, that's great, Johnny. And let's just stay with you for a closing comment.
Well, what a great opportunity it is, again, to share the stage with you, sir, and thanks for your mentorship and investment over the years. And many in the audience I've served with throughout my 36 years of service. And then, being hand in hand with my brothers, Mac and Jim, this is like really the epitome of a military career, to really put force development, force design, force generation together and have the right leaders moving this forward for General Hodney and really operationalizing that vision. But thanks again, sir, for the opportunity.
Honor, Johnny. Jim?
We've talked a lot about structural change. It's still really early in the life of T2COM and certainly in the life of the Combined Arms Command. But what I'll end with is what can't change. We owe soldiers in these formations timely doctrine. We've got to integrate that material at speed so that when they show up, they've got all the ancillary equipment that has to go with it and they can employ it to lethal effect right away. And then ultimately, what we've got to provide to our consumers, the ASCCs, are confident leaders who make really good decisions in contact in the fight. And that's an obligation we take seriously, but also that motivates us every day. Mac, over to you.
Thanks, Jim. I mentioned partnership and passing stuff over the transom to CAC when we get done with requirements and concepts to turn it into fielded formations and to inform the force generation work that Johnny's doing in USREC. I wanted to highlight, the other partner is ASALT in acquisition reform and how we bring things to soldiers. And since we've done, ATI and we're in the midst of acquisition reform with the PAEs who you're about to hear from, I just wanted to highlight 3 quick wins. PAE Maneuver Ground accelerated the M7 carbine through the partnership of T2COM and ASALT recently. We also have managed to, through layered protection, PA bring autonomous breaching capabilities into an NTC rotation next year. And in the C2 portfolio with Joe Welch, MPU-5 radios, the transport layer for NGC2, accelerated by on that. So this stuff is transpiring. We're working to get better and faster, but there is progress being made as we do that. At FCC, we're focused on it never being a fair fight for the other guy. Okay, there used to be this sign hanging outside the G8 when General Murray and I worked there, and it said, did you give the soldiers the right equipment enough and on time? And that's the measure of our success, is fielded capability at speed and scale. For industry, I'm still here in the modernization enterprise. I'm going to be here all week walking around. Please stop me and talk to me. My door is always open, and you're going to hear from the PAEs next about the great things they're doing. Thank you.
And we are now on your time, so very quickly, just a big thanks to Bob Brown and all of AUSA. It's no small feat to pull these things off, so we appreciate the work that goes into these and the opportunity to get together and network. And then for everybody in the audience, I talked about this. I'm a huge believer in what the Army has done in terms of not only T2COM, but the acquisition reform and the realignment, and it will work, but it's going to take your input. It's going to take your feedback. It's not going to happen overnight, so it is a work in progress. And so continue to stay engaged, continue to work with them. That is the only way these gentlemen and the entire Army system will deliver the right equipment to our soldiers on time to win the next fight. So thank you very much.
A great thank you to all our panelists. Please welcome to the stage Brigadier General Retired Jack Haley, AUSA's Vice President of Meetings and Membership.
Well, thank you, General Murray and panelists. The Three Horsemen, I really like that. It's certainly better than the Three Stooges. So I am the Vice President of Meetings and Membership, so let me just take a quick opportunity to share with you a little bit about our membership. If you are not an AUSA member, which I would find hard to believe in this crowd, I encourage you to join the Army's premier professional association. Your premium membership gains you access to many benefits, to include AUSA's monthly Army magazine, access to events, professional networks, and various other programs, just to name a few. Members are also invited to join their local chapter, and we got a really fantastic chapter here in Huntsville. And then you can participate in everything that chapter's doing. So be sure to stop by and visit our membership team located at booth 1701 to sign up as a premium member. And after you visit the membership booth, be sure to explore the exhibit areas as well. So we're going to take a very short break. I would say this is almost a staying-in-place stretch break, but we're going to restart with all of the PAEs, so you're not going to want to miss that at 12:15. And we're going to start with a T2COM video, that you're going to want to see. So let's take a quick break. Thanks.
The United States Army is transforming, not just in what we fight with, but how we think, train, and lead. The Transformation and Training Command, T2COM, is the Army's answer to a world that won't wait. T2COM's span of control stretches across the entire soldier experience, from future warfighting concepts to initial entry training, from centers of excellence to combat training centers, and from recruits to robots. Our mission is clear. Enable the Army to defeat all adversaries and adapt to the ever-changing character of war. We operate as one integrated team. The Futures and Concepts Command designs tomorrow's Army. The Combined Arms Command turns ideas into doctrine and training. And U.S. Army Recruiting Command brings the next generation into the force. T2COM unites the Army's intellectual engine with its innovative spirit. The places where soldiers learn, the labs where ideas are born, and the commands that bring it all to life. Transformation isn't a project. It's a promise to every soldier who will one day take the field and to every American who counts on us to win. Together, we'll deliver capabilities at pace and scale and lead our Army from vision to victory. To achieve this, the Secretary of War has charged us to accelerate transformation by divesting outdated programs and restructuring our systems for speed and efficiency. The core of this effort is revolutionary partnership and acquisition. T2COM, alongside the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology, has created a new framework built on a single point of accountability, the Program Acquisition Executive, or PAE. This new structure eliminates barriers, empowers leaders, and aligns resources to deliver complete integrated solutions. It provides portfolio-wide visibility of requirements and capabilities to a powerful team of warfighting experts and acquisition professionals. It's about strengthening accountability, increasing agility, and moving at the speed of need. The PAE construct focuses on our modernization efforts across 6 critical portfolios. Maneuver Air, dominating the skies with advanced rotorcraft and unmanned aerial systems. Maneuver Ground, delivering the next generation of armored vehicles and soldier lethality. Fires, reaching farther and faster with long-range precision fires and missile defense. Agile sustainment and ammunition, ensuring our Army is always supplied, sustained, and ready for the fight. Layered protection and integration, shielding our soldiers from complex threats and leveraging autonomous capabilities. Command and control and counter command and control, connecting the force with resilient networks, cyber capabilities, and advanced communication tools to yield decision advantage. And to accelerate this process, the Pathway for Innovation and Technology, or PIT, serves as the catalyst. The PIT is rapid innovation in the dirt, accelerating new solutions through stress tests, portfolio analysis, and venture capital style funding into soldiers' hands. T2COM is a responsive, enabling teammate, empowering leaders and fighting to innovate. Together, we are leading our Army from vision to victory.
We will now hear from the second panel discussing synchronizing the Army's generating force, an update on T2COM implementation and identity. Part 2 will be led by Ms. Kara L. Stetson, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff for the U.S. Army Transformation and Training Command, the Army's new 4-star command with a mission to recruit, train, educate, modernize, and equip soldiers so the Army remains the most lethal, adaptive, and resilient land force in the world. Ms. Stetson, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. We appreciate you all being here, and we're very excited to kick off the second part of CMF2. It's always great to follow a HUA video, And as you can see, we have a pretty formidable panel up here on stage, so we'll try to get right into it as we only have 45 minutes. Our conversation will focus on one of the most significant changes underway right now for Army transformation, the stand-up of our portfolio acquisition executives. Their mission, connecting operational feedback, experimentation, industry innovation, academic research, all to work together to deliver capabilities to soldiers at speed. Before we get into the content, I'll provide some brief introductions for each of our panel members. To my immediate right, Mr. Joe Welch. Mr. Welch serves as the PAE for Command and Control C2 and Counter C2, and as an executive director at T2Com, holding dual responsibilities for both acquisition and organizational transformation. Previously, Mr. Welch served as the deputy to the commanding general at Army Futures Command. Thanks for being here today, Mr. Welch. Sitting next to him is Brigadier General Pat Costello. General Costello serves as Deputy PAE Fires and Commanding General of the U.S. Army Fires Center of Excellence, leading training, doctrine, and modernization for field artillery and air defense artillery forces. General Costello previously served as the Commanding General, 94th Army Air and Missile Defense Command, Director, Air and Missile Defense Cross-Functional Team, and Executive Officer to Secretary of the Army. His career spans numerous operational assignments and deployments in roles of increasing responsibility. Thanks for being here, sir. Major General Christopher Beck serves as the PAE for Layered Protection and commands the U.S. Army Maneuver Support Center of Excellence. As a Maneuver Support Center of Excellence, CG, Major General Beck oversees training, doctrine development, and force modernization for engineer, chemical, military police, and civil affairs branches. General Beck previously served as Deputy Commanding General of 3 Corps at Fort Hood, Chief of Engineer and Plans at U.S. Central Command, and Chief of Staff at Maneuver Support COE. Thanks for being here, General Beck. Next, we have Major General Colin Tooley, who commands the U.S. Army Maneuver Center of Excellence in Fort Moore and serves as the PAE for Maneuver Ground, overseeing a 186 program portfolio shaping future combat capabilities. General Tooley previously served as Deputy Commanding General of 18 Airborne Corps, Deputy Director for Strategic Plans and Policy at U.S. Central Command, Deputy Commanding General Operations for the 1st Armored Division, and Deputy Chief of Staff Operations for NATO's Resolute Support Mission. Earlier assignments include serving as Chief of Staff and Director of Operations J3 at JSOC, and commanding the 1st Brigade Combat Team of the 82nd Airborne Division. Thanks for being here, sir. Major General Claire Gill serves as the PAE for Maneuver Air and is the Commanding General of the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence at Port Rucker. Major General Gill oversees all Army aviation training, doctrine, and integration efforts. He previously served as Director of Army Aviation at Headquarters DA and Deputy Command General Support, 101st Airborne Division, Air Assault. General Gill has over 3,400 flight hours and more than 4 years of combat flight experience. His operational background includes assignments in special ops, as well as roles in strategic level operations and force management. Last but not least, we have Major General John Rime, who currently serves as the PAE for Agile Sustainment and Ammunition and is the Commanding General of Picatinny Arsenal, where he leads development, logistics, and fielding of the Army's ammunition and armaments systems. General Rime previously served as Joint Program Executive Officer for Armaments and Ammunition, Director, Defense Security Cooperation Management Office, Afghanistan, and Deputy Commander, Combined Security Transition Command, Afghanistan. Earlier assignments span a variety of logistical and sustainment roles in both traditional and special operations roles. That was a lot to read, but we have a lot of distinguished panel members today. All right, we'll get right into it. Mr. Welch, I'd like to start with you, sir. You've been instrumental in shaping the PAE structure up to this point. Can you share with the audience sort of why we have the PAEs and what they deliver for our soldiers?
Yeah, of course. Karen, thanks for being here and hosting this, and thanks to AUSA as well for hosting this event. I think this is the first time, actually, that all of the Army's PAEs are together, at least in public, and certainly this is the beginning of a new era, so thrilled to be here. So I guess maybe if the video didn't answer all your questions, that's what we're here for, but that was pretty fantastic. As Kara mentioned, yeah, I have been on kind of the front end of what led to PAEs, and it was mentioned earlier at one of the panels, the Army Transformation Initiative coming into place about a year ago is kind of where we started looking at what that potential might look like, really underpinned later in the year around the November timeframe of the Army Transformation Strategy that came down from the Department of War, really launched across all of the services, and you're here looking at the Army's implementation of that today. As mentioned in the previous panel, actually all morning, I think, this is really about speed, and it's about outcomes over process and taking a different look at all of the elements about how we deliver capability to our troops. There's a lot of elements of the Army Transformation Strategy, but the PAEs, I would argue, are kind of the cornerstone of that. And this is not the same as just a rebranded program executive office or a PEO. The PAEs really have this like three-legged stool responsibility, this sort of big A and big A acquisition that have always been held in a little bit of tension between the requirements, which we just talked a lot about in the earlier panel here, resourcing and how we make those cost-based decisions, and then the actual acquisition work itself, the program management and the contracting that's associated with that. And there's other key functions that enable acquisition, big A acquisition. I mentioned contracting, but our S&T workforce, our sustainment experts, our folks that work our international agreements and programs and things like that, and kind of housing them all together is a big change for us within the Army. I've heard it explained to me that the Army appears to be creating a layer when we establish PAEs, and we also still have leaders that are very focused on our acquisition efforts. They were previously called PEOs, now capability program executives, and I definitely reject that premise. I don't see it that way. I guess in the old days, and I've had a long career in Army acquisition, if there was an issue you needed to resolve between requirements and what we're doing from a capability acquisition perspective, if that couldn't get immediately worked out, the resolution mechanism, there really didn't exist one. It would have to go to kind of the secretary or the chief after we stood up Futures Command, maybe Futures Command, or now these days T2Com, but there was not a lower level mechanism to kind of drive this tension between resourcing requirements and what we're doing in acquisition. And that's really what you're looking at in the stage here. That's what the PAEs are here to do. We're here to become that resolution mechanism that is below the 4-star level to enable us to focus on those speed and those outcomes. So I definitely don't see it as a layer at all. The acquisition transformation strategy across the department really envisioned the services doing, maybe a couple of pilots to get this thing started. Within the Army, we were ready on day one. We established all of our PAEs on day one, and you're seeing them all here today. And if you think about where we came from, it's not a perfect analogy, but we had about 12 PEOs. There are 6 PAEs now, but also that level of responsibility is much greater, as I described. These are all at the 2-3-star level or equivalent leadership. And also, it's a small enough group that, and I'm sure Chris Beck will maybe mention this when we get around to him, but it's much easier to resolve between us these sort of gray areas where things may fall. And we actually have the authority through Army senior leaders to enact those changes. So it is a much different way of doing things that I think is going to keep us focused on that speed and that outcome. We do have a dual support relationship, and it's been noted, including in the video and some of our other speakers here, the relationship between T2Com and ASALT. And so to embody that, each of us reports dually to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Transformation and Technology, as well as T2Com CG General Hodney. And so if we can't resolve it, our immediate bosses working for both were able to get things resolved that way. And I think that is kind of unique within what the services are doing from acquisition transformation. The PAEs themselves, we are a mix of acquisition professionals and COE commanding generals who are been described earlier as our crown jewels, really the experts in their warfighting functions, combined with now with acquisition of a warfighting function. So between kind of the PAE themselves or their deputy in each of these 6 areas, you're going to see both of those functions represented. So it's not just the capability development, the material. We are paired very closely with the rest of the .mil PF process that the three gentlemen that just came before us had laid out. So that's kind of the big picture. I'll be glad to talk C2 and counter C2, which is also part of my job. But we've got a panel coming up in a couple of days, so if I don't catch it here, Kara, I'll be sure to address any questions at that panel later in the week. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So transitioning to General Costello. Sir, fires set the tempo on the battlefield. Can you talk to us about how you and your team are driving transformation across long-range precision and integrated fires?
Yeah, thanks, Kara, and thanks to AUSA for putting this together. I echo Joe's comments about the importance of PAEs and the power of bringing us all together here for the first time. I'm Pat Costello, and I'm suffering from a minor personality disorder, like many up here on the stage with me. I just wrapped up a Warriors Corner where I was talking about my responsibilities as the commander of the Fire Center of Excellence. In this role, I am here this afternoon to represent Lieutenant General Frank Lozano, who's my other boss beyond General Eisenhower and anybody else that I can think of at the moment. From a PA perspective, PA fires exist to rapidly deliver and sustain the Army's offensive, defensive, and integrated fires capabilities that soldiers can deploy and fight with a decisive advantage. Within this portfolio, there are 62 programs of record, absolutely immense portfolio. Not included in that number are the 19 offensive munitions and 11 defensive munitions that we have, that we're managing right now. Providing a single portfolio to lead over missiles, rockets, artillery, hypersonics, directed energy, air and missile defense sensors, and fire control networks, so these systems are integrated instead of stovepiped. Accelerating acquisition and fielding across the full life cycle from requirements, experimentation, prototyping, testing, production, fielding, and sustainment to keep pace with evolving threats to the fires or within the fire's domain. And lastly, to ensure that the fire systems are combat credible, interoperable with joint and coalition partners, and ready for continuous modernization rather than being one-time programs. None of what we do, and this will probably come out as we discuss, can happen alone. And the discussions that we have across the PAEs are absolutely essential because, while AR 522 designates me as the force modernization proponent for both air defense and field artillery systems, this PAE designation as the deputy PAE for fires really helps bring that responsibility to life, as well as the deconfliction of challenges that we have with cross-cutting capabilities across all these PAEs. And I look forward to the discussion that's today, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, General Beck.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to AUSA and the team for bringing this together. So there's a couple reasons why I'm really fired up about being a PAE. The first, as General McCurry said in the previous panel, I've been called a lot of things, but I have never been looked at as a running back that needs a lead blocker. So again, sir, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So when you look at layered protection, and it's a complex portfolio, but it's a really basic concept. And with my battle buddy, Mr. Darrell Colvin, who is the acquisition professional, teamed with me and the entire team to deliver this, we've really started with 4 basic characteristics within our characteristic of need statement. The first thing is not be understood. If you're understood, not be seen. Excuse me, I reversed those. First, don't be seen. Second, if you're seen, don't be understood. If you're understood, don't be killed, or don't be engaged. And if you're engaged, don't be killed, so survive. And those characteristics, and really gets back to the partnership we need with S&T and with industry. We have made those very generic. We actually, Mr. Colvin and I finished what we call a reverse industry day about 2 weeks ago at NTC, where we tried with industry, with 40 of our partners, to talk about the basics of that characteristic. And we're trying to represent that through an operational dashboard that really highlights risk. And that's really our perspective. So within that dashboard, we have over 231 programs represented. And that seems like a lot, but the reality is, and to get back to what Joe talked about with cross-PAE, of those, clearly, we are focused on engineers, MPs, and CBRN, number one. But we are also focused on a myriad of portfolios or platforms or programs that these gentlemen have to my left and right. And those programs create a protection effect. They allow us to engage the enemy deep or protect ourselves by not being understood, not being seen and understood. And that allows us to flip protection, which is really the basis or the mindset that we are going for as we try and push proactive protection more so than reactive. So you couple that operational risk, and those are the gaps, back to General McCurry's previous comments. All of our operational risks are tied to Army gaps, and they're what we are trying to deliver. And again, as you've heard from my fellow panelists and fellow PAEs, we are trying to do that at speed across .mil PF. And I think that's the real value to partnering us as COE CGs and also as PAEs. Because we aren't delivering things, we are delivering capabilities. We are delivering .mil PF informed and integrated capabilities to the warfighter at speed. So I look forward to the questions and the additional discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Major General Tooley, over to you to discuss the maneuver.
So for the maneuver ground, our focus is on the three formations, and that's your, everything from an ABCT and down, a striker brigade and down, and then the mobility brigades. The old vernacular being the IBCT. Those are MBCTs. So all things BCT and below is what our portfolio and what my responsibility is to the Army. Same thing for all soldier common equipment across the entire Army. So think things on your head, on your chest, on your legs, on your feet, all common items for all soldiers in the Army. The couple key tenets that we have that we'll work with industry on is going to be, it's got to be formations based. Where is that, what is the capability gap within that formation? So think it starts with the soldier. The other day we had a Northcom commander come down to my office, and we're talking about what he saw on the southwest border and what he didn't see. He has soldiers on the border patrolling. You have cartels flying UAVs looking at them, and they did not even know. They had nothing to help sense and detect. So you start looking at the formations base. That's the soldier. Then you look at the squad, the platoon, the company, the battalion, okay? So that's how we're approaching it within the PAE is formations-based capabilities at echelon and how we prioritize. And the capabilities have either one got to fill a gap and they got to be able to enable combined arms maneuver. Some of my teammates already taught it. We look at, hey, we need stuff fast. It's got to be developed and fielded fast to the formations. It's got to be more flexible in integration of technologies. It's got to be connected and be able to be connected across platforms, domains, and formations. And it's got to be resilient, both in manufacturing and with sustainment. And the last, as I look at, when you guys have heard the, the acronym SWAP-P with the size, weight, and performance and power. That actually really matters to the formations. Piece of equipment and the power generation. Think about that young soldier. Think about that squad out there as we develop capability and all the other things that they're carrying. Either they're carrying on their bodies, they're carrying in an ISV that only has so much room, okay? And the other areas that we have, so as we talk, and the question came up, or a comment came up on the video. So you saw the video had the tank on it, but it is the future tank. As we look at the E3, it is the future of Bradley fighting vehicle. As we look at the XM30, as we look at those future formations with the AMP-V variants, those are all part of the portfolio for maneuver ground. And again, just like everybody else, Kara, thanks for hosting this. Thanks for everybody coming out here, and look forward to more discussions on this.
Thank you, sir. Transitioning to General Gill, over to you.
Thanks, Kara. Good morning, I think it still is. So first off, it's great to be in what I call fancy Alabama, having traveled a couple hours north here. It's always great. One of the things that the PAE afforded me is regular visits up here with our team in Huntsville, so it's always great. A couple things that I just want to talk about in terms of our team. So I don't know if we're unique in the fact that we have 3 CPEs, so Capability Portfolio Executives, but we have the Capability Portfolio for Aviation, the Capability Portfolio for Autonomy, and then we also have the Capability Portfolio for Special Programs Aviation. So those great teammates are kind of your ingest. If you really want to get talking deep acquisition stuff, that's the folks that I generally lean on as a non-acquisition professional on the team. Principally my deputy, Brigadier General David Phillips over here. Okay, so a couple things. We talked about formation-based approaches, but there are some things that we're pursuing in our portfolio that are pretty near and dear to the Army. You heard the under today talk about the big 5. One of those being the MV-75 weapon system. So that's going to be the first vertical lift manned aircraft that we're going to bring into our formation in decades. And so that's going to really increase the range and lethality and speed that we're going to deliver to our divisions and corps. So we're pretty excited about that one. I don't spend a whole lot of time talking about that, though. I do spend a lot of time talking about our unmanned systems. If you don't have to be a historian very far back to understand whether it's Nagorno-Karabakh, Gaza, Ukraine, now what's happening over in Iran, to know that the unmanned space is exploding with technology. And I haven't been on the floor, but I'm sure that there are plenty of displays of ways that we can use unmanned technology to our advantage. That is a significant portion of our portfolio as we look to the future. This is something that General Tooley and I sort of share. So he's focused on the brigade and below capabilities in Group 1 and 2. We've got kind of the 3, 4, 5. There is always going to be some overlap. And that's, I think Joe mentioned a little bit of what's great about the PA structure is that it's not a whole lot of us that have to get together and talk about, who's going to integrate what things and how do we, if it's being bought in one portfolio and employed in another one, that's fine. We have plenty of bandwidth to be able to deal with that. One of the things that Joe mentioned that's unique about the COE commanders having a role in this now, though, is that .mil PF perspective, that holistic life cycle from the inception, the ideas that are being generated at General McCurry's command with requirements through how do we build the entire capability, who's going to man it, how do we train it, and sunset it. So, as I think about .mil PF, with things, it's more than just the hardware. And I just want to give 2 quick examples, and then I'm sure we'll get to some of these things when we talk questions. But the chief challenged us a little over almost a year ago now about the unmanned systems operator. If you recall, the old Shadow RQ-7 had an operator and a maintainer, and he said, I think we probably need to think differently about that. And so we have developed a new MOS. General Davis's team has already filled the entirety of this fiscal year, probably in the first 3 months of the year for the 15 X-ray, and that's the UAS expert. That's a super soldier that's going to fabricate, train, advise, integrate, potentially operate if need be, but probably train other operators to operate all of our Group 3 and below UAS systems. Within and this is, I think, is a little bit of the transformation of T2Com. Within weeks of the chief challenging us to do that, we had soldiers out in the 25th Infantry Division training that MOS in about a 5-week course to develop the new 15 X-ray. That would have taken probably 3 years in our legacy structure in terms of how we develop new POIs, and programs of instruction, and then get that new MOS stood up. That MOS is going to go live and official on 1 October, so I'm really proud of the COE team getting out and transforming our personnel as well. And then the last one that I'll finish up with is something that all the COEs are doing now, and that's pushing capability forward. You heard a little bit from the last panel about the TIDs and the TLIMs, the Transformation Integration Directors and the Lesson Learned Managers. I think, the SAG UCG hit me up about 6 months ago and said, hey, there's a lot happening in the UAS space that I'm not sure we're picking up on as an Army, and it'd be great if you had some folks that could come out here and learn from this. And so we quickly deployed 3 officers, embedded them in with General Buzzard's team in the SAG-U, one of them even forward in Ukraine, and we're advising the Ukrainians as well as taking all their best practices, lessons learned, and what you're going to see is that's coming in through our CWEs, the lesson learned managers, and it's going to get proliferated through something called Project Victor that the Combined Arms Command's getting ready to launch. And that's going to be, something that's interactive, both in terms of how it takes in data and information and how it also can be queried from soldiers out there in the field. So very excited about what we're doing in that front. And with that, Kara, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate all that. General Rime, over to you.
Hey, John Rime, really great to be here with you. An opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we're doing at PAE, Agile Sustainment and Ammunition. We're based out of Picatinny Arsenal, New Jersey, the Department's Center of Excellence for Guns and Ammunition. About 90% of the Army's lethality starts at the arsenal, so pretty powerful. But what's really, I think, more important is now we're able to bring in our Sustainment Center of Excellence, a community that wasn't well nested previously, and I think that's going to be the real power. We got Major General Sean Davis right here, who leads the Sustainment Center of Excellence there at Fort Lee, and as we bring two very diverse portfolios, we've got over 400 programs between what was historically the JPO for Armaments and Ammunition based out of Picatinny and what was historically the PEO for combat support and combat service support as we bring those enterprises together. The other thing I would tell you is, hey, it's a team sport. Acquisition is a team sport. And you look at what our portfolio does in terms of sustainment and bringing lethality to bear. And so whether it's an individual weapon system or a major platform, whether it's in the field today as part of our readiness or a modernization line of effort, we've got to work together to bring lethality to bear. And so we've got some really super awesome teammates here as we kind of work through that. We've talked a lot about speed and acquisition at the speed of war. Some of the lessons that we're gleaning from current conflicts is you also got to be able to scale. Particularly in our portfolio, with munitions. And where we were at, kind of pre-conflict, and getting missions to go from X to 10X, near overnight. And I know a lot of our industry partners, here can appreciate the state of some of our industrial base. Most of which was built during the World War II timeframe, which really doesn't enable us to scale. I tell you that kind of the European conflicts have really helped jumpstart. Our portfolio has been entrusted with over $5.5 billion to modernize our defense industrial base. Another $16 billion to workload that newfound capacity to support partners. And so, I think that really sets us up well for the future, both in terms of our ability to produce at scale, our ability to surge in the future. But I think, more importantly, workforce safety as we, kind of modernize equipment, digitize our production capabilities. And, we think that's going to be a key enabler, going forward. And so, I'll stop there and really want to get to your questions and see what's on your mind. And if you don't get an opportunity to ask a question, I'm here through Thursday, so be sure to stop me. Kara.
Thank you, sir. The questions are already rolling in, so we'll go ahead and get started. And a lot of these can be answered by any of you, so feel free to arm wrestle to get first shot at it. So the first question, Transformation in Contact puts operational feedback in the center. How is soldier input shaping your portfolios? General Gill, you want to take a stab at that one?
I will. Yeah, thanks, Kara. So we have a lot of opportunities. I mentioned two of them where we're pushing some of our sort of sensors out to the field to find out what's happening, and that's coming back in, as I mentioned, through the TLIMs. I think there are a couple other things that are going to happen. So we all run a series of industry days. That should be ways that industry can come listen, but we always bring soldiers from the field to come talk at those events and share. And we just recently hosted one of those where we got a lot of good dialogue back and forth. I think it was actually good for the soldiers to listen to other soldiers as well, because we've got a number of TIC designated divisions, but we have a lot that are not TIC designated that are doing some pretty innovative things. That kind of points to the best drone warfighter competition we just held here in Huntsville a couple weeks ago. where we had a number of units come in and demonstrate some of the innovative things that they're doing. In fact, the Sec Army came to the awards ceremony, and it wasn't a traditional unit that won that award. It was the 28th Infantry Division out of Pennsylvania National Guard that demonstrated one of the most innovative things that we're doing. Then the last thing that I would say is a number of marketplaces are starting to pop up on the net. Our marketplace for the unmanned aerial systems is getting ready to go live. And I think what's interesting about that is not only are you going to be able to buy a product A, product B, product C, but as folks buy it, just like you would on Amazon, they can rate it. And so we're going to get feedback. Those things that perform well, the demand's going to go up, the price is going to go down, the competition's going to increase. So we're really excited about kind of letting soldiers go in and decide what it is that they want to operate with, and then from that we're going to learn, and then we'll be able to make investments based off of what we would call good behavior.
Thank you, sir.
Kara, if I could add, so one of the things that we've done in layered protection that's worked pretty well, and there was a large discussion in the previous panel about requirements. We're less focused on the requirements piece and more driving desired characteristics. And it's really as a coupling between the PAE and the COE realm with the TLIMs and the TIDs that were talked about previously. But as we go out and experiment with units, to what Claire said, we're pushing material quickly to the units so they can experiment with it, learn all the .mil PF lessons, but then from an ability to scale the material, we're asking for their input to help shape the desired characteristics. What is it that worked? What is it that didn't work? And keeping that broad so we can empower and really leverage the power that industry brings to the entire discussion.
Hey, Kara, I've got two examples that I think are relevant to your question from a fire's perspective. The first is in the current conflict in the Middle East. Our TLIMs are tied in directly with the warfighters on a daily basis across both the offensive and defensive part of the portfolios. And getting that feedback into the hands of the PAE, into the engineers that can make immediate software changes is extremely valuable for the current fight. And as we look at the future fight, everybody is now cross-matrixed to the TLIM, whether they know it or not. General Eisenhower sent out an email about a week and a half ago with SAGU lessons learned from counter-UAS in Ukraine. His team uploaded that into the Vantage database, which will become Victor here shortly. And within 20 minutes of it being uploaded, we were able to develop a new lesson plan for application both in our Captain's Career Course and within the Joint Counter-UAS University. And so the speed with which we're doing that, and it can be a CTC observer controller, it can be a TLIM, it can be a commander from another part of the world right now that's sending in lessons learned that we can apply immediately, and then take the more discrete things that have to be applied to either hardware or software within the PE material development timelines and make those a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that. Question from the audience. How are current Army modernization efforts addressing and eliminating the valley of death, not only between industry and acquisition, but also within the transition from S&T to operational availability? Is there anything industry can do to assist with this?
Yeah, Kara, I can jump on that first and then see if the other gentlemen have any feedback. I mean, the valley of death to me is a very process-driven result. So when we have the processes that we do for how we manage technology transitions and how we move technologies from various TRL levels and honestly how we shape our requirements around technology, I mean, I think these are all vestiges of the ways that we used to do things that kind of manifested in this notion of a valley of death. The other thing, you know, the whole notion of technology readiness levels and this progression, I mean, I think that's been belied very, very much recently in just the acceleration that we've seen, not just in software and AI, but in hardware advanced manufacturing capabilities, things that, you know, our traditional system might have suggested, well, this will take multiple years to go from this initial concept to scaling. You know, we're going much faster. So I think the way to approach that from an industry perspective is, you know, as we start talking about the characteristic of needs or our problem statements or if we start providing operational kind of vignettes to give an example of these are the things that we're looking for your solutions to solve, focus on that piece. The whole discussion about, but what's our requirement, and how do we move from this S&T effort to this other area? I mean, we just need to kind of start moving, really moving past that. If you understand our problems well enough, and you can kind of speak that language when you come in, and hopefully it's not just on your own piece of technology, but also when you look to your left and your right in terms of what would enable it to be successful, whether that's capability we already have, or maybe that you're sort of self-teaming and organizing within yourselves to provide. I mean, I think that's meaningful conversation. And then back to the empowerment and accountability that we all have at, the PAE structure, I'm confident we can overcome some of those traditional challenges in the Valley of Death.
Thank you for that answer, sir. Another question, how are we tying acquisition and program decisions into expanding capacity and modernization in the organic industrial base? Joe Ryan, you want to take a shot?
I'll start there. I touched briefly on some of the funding that we've been entrusted with, and where our start point. We talk a little bit about next gen squad weapon and some of the great work that's underway there. That's a brand new caliber, and as we were looking to break ground at Lake City Army Ammunition Plant, the question was, when's the last time we built anything new there? And no one had a good answer. And so that quickly became the homework assignment for my team. And the answer was 26 December 1940, and that answer was found in President Truman's presidential library when he was then Senator Truman. It just gives you an idea of some of the age of our infrastructure. And it's why I brought up the point earlier that acquisition speed and cycle time isn't sufficient, right? You got to be able to scale production. And, frankly, it's the defense industrial base is where we need to be in terms of modernizing, advanced manufacturing capability, digitizing, be able to see yourselves, right? We talk about surge capability, and when you have those processes modeled, you can quickly identify choke points, where you can add value to scale. Particularly for us with energetic materials, when you start pressing up against net explosive weight challenges, going forward. But it's more than just production capacity and advanced manufacturing. It quickly becomes supply chain, and we've got a ton of scar tissue, frankly, from our experience, from some of the European conflicts and supporting allies and partners there. And again, this is it's been a great partnership with industry, and I get sometimes there's friction, with building materials, but we got to be able to see ourselves and able to mitigate risk, and frankly, it's enabled us to very quickly, message and leverage, other people's money to get after problems. So you look at Defense Production Act Title III funding, for example. I was a keynote speaker at a gold mine in Stibnite, Idaho. Right, but one of those foundational antimony. If you want a munition to go bang or boom, right? It's in all our primers, it's all our detonators, all our initiators. It starts with antimony. That was adversarial sourced, and we've seen the weaponization of supply chains, and so that's an important capability going forward. But without that partnership with industry to understand building materials, right, and then being able to effectively message, in terms of why this matters, and then be able to secure dollars to onshore capability. I mean, the lessons we're learning aren't new. We learned a lot of these same lessons during COVID, but I think it's critically important, if we're going to be able to, one, have a credible, deterrence, and then when called upon to win, our nation's wars.
Can I jump on that a little bit?
Yes,
so, I think, some of the, and John kind of touched on organizational industrial base as well as the defense industrial base. Like, we've got to keep that healthy, and as much as the Army wanted to reduce some of that, the fact of the matter is we're not going to be able to. And right, so if we're not going to be able to reduce some of those arsenals and depots, then we're going to have to figure out how we effectively give them work. And so there's going to have to be some public-private partnership opportunity there to make sure that we keep those things solvent so when we need them. A couple other things that, when folks come to us, we're going to ask you questions about right to repair. We're going to ask you about, does this comply with our MOSA open architecture concept so that, in the future, we're not beholden necessarily to have to go back to an OEM every time that we want to tweak something for the future fight. We're finding, we get ourselves locked in some cases. So we're going to ask, as an Army, we're going to ask industry to partner with us a little bit more, particularly to keep some of those depots actively engaged in repairing some of our work or potentially even producing some work.
Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to everyone's questions today, but we do have more. We'll be around on the floor. But I just wanted to take the time to thank our panelists for being here. Thank all of you for participating. Thank you to AUSA. And I think we have a QR code we're going to display. And I'll pause here for a minute to see if that pops up. But essentially, General Hodney and Honorable Ingraham have made it a priority to continue to engage with industry early and often. And we talked a little bit about how to do that. Talked about industry days and some other venues for that. It's so important that they even charged Lieutenant General Dave Francis, a great American, with sort of an education sprint T2Com Roadshow, where he's been going around and engaging with industry and Army units to make sure that they know how to integrate with us. So we encourage you to scan the QR code. That way you can get in contact with a PAE and continue to foster that relationship. We really do look forward to working with you all. Thanks again, panelists, and thanks everybody for being here.
Yeah, great job. Let's hear for the panel. Well, we could have kept going another couple hours with this panel. Just a great job. Networking lunch in the South and East Hall now. I know it's a little late, but we're pushing you. So get out there to the networking lunch. No panels this afternoon because hope you'll be on the exhibit hall. And there'll be some great Warriors Corner discussions, but nothing in here. We'll start again tomorrow morning. We'll have 0730 breakfast and coffee. 900 will start in the morning in here. So we'll see you in the exhibit hall this afternoon.
I just want to get up there.